Namaskaram everyone. Welcome back all of you on the second day of the first ever Disciplined Agile Conference. The complete recording of day one is available on YouTube. The link for the same will be shared in the chat window. This conference is co-hosted by PMI Kerala Chapter and PMI Pearl City Hyderabad Chapter and supported by all the chapters of PMI South Asia. I am Kritika Meher and I'm greatly honored to be anchoring today's event. I'm a volunteer at the PMI Pearl City Hyderabad Chapter and a global volunteer with the PMI Next Generation Insight team. As we begin, let me shout out a few ground rules for the evening. May I request the attendees to use the Q&A button to pose their questions to the panelists. To begin the proceedings of the day, may I now request Madhav Reddy, President of PMI Pearl City Hyderabad Chapter, to welcome the gathering.
Thank you, Kritika.
Madhav is a multifaceted leader.
Go ahead with the introduction.
Madhav is a multifaceted leader with more than 3 decades of experience in steering organizations to greater heights. He has also been volunteering with PMI PCC for more than a decade. He's a mentor to a few startups too. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kritika. Good evening. And at the outset, I would like to apologize for the technical issue which came up yesterday and which allowed only 1,000 attendees to participate. We sincerely regret the inconvenience caused. Fortunately for us, the organizing team got into the agility mode and made the Facebook link available within no time. Thank you, team, for that. And I would like to take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome on behalf of the 2 PMI chapters of South India. The Kerala chapter, well known as God's own country, and the Hyderabad chapter, the Pearl City of India. When we at our chapter started a journey on DA, we had a first milestone in the form of our director, Mr. Sairam, as a DA champion. Then we started our next steps as evangelizing DA, which our colleagues will shortly share with you. We also had plans in place to conduct our first DA conference, and at that time, our regional mentor, Girish, advised, and rightly so, that Kerala chapter is also planning something similar. Why don't you all get together and conduct something jointly? And here we are, a collaboration of one of its kind, and thanks to Girish and the board of Kerala and Hyderabad chapters. And I'm sure this collaboration would be contagious, and we would learn from this and take this to the next level in our region level. We hope the first day attendees had a satisfying day, and we look forward to providing you an equally engrossing second day as well. We all do understand and appreciate the importance of DA in these times. The uncertainty, the disruption of the current times has to be met with agility by the organization and corporates alike. And our collective journey has just begun. Without much ado, I request today's MC, Kritika Meher, to take this session forward. Look forward to an interesting and educative evening. Thank you very much. Over to you, Kritika.
Thank you for a very warm welcome. Now I would like to invite Girish Kadam, PMI South Asia mentor, to deliver the opening remarks. Over the past 18 years, Girish has volunteered for chapters in the US and India. For the last 3 years, as the leader of PMI South Asia, he has played a vital role in enabling collaboration between the chapters and PMI. His guidance and support has led to chartering of the Gujarat chapter in record time. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Kritika. And good evening, everyone, and a warm welcome from Region 11 team on day 2 of our DA conference. I'm not going to talk about DA because yesterday we have heard from the expert, and today as well there are going to be leaders who are going to talk about DA. But as Madhav said, from our region perspective, our region really started early as an early adopter of DA into Region 11. And we had multiple DA volunteers as well as leaders who have planned successfully and taking DA journeys forward. The examples are the Kerala chapter or Hyderabad chapter we talked about. They adopted it and started this thing about few months back, and now we already have DA certified professionals available across the India who are also helping to increase awareness of DA Region 11. So that is going ahead in a planned manner. So we are very successful, I guess, on that part. At the same time, from a common man perspective, I think DA is something we have been using to a certain extent in our professional life in the past as well. So I would like to connect to an example. So from my experience perspective, as an Agile journey, I started using Agile somewhere in 2004 when we as an Accenture were a prime vendor for Microsoft. Microsoft started using Agile for their T&D, that is Entertainment and Devices subdivision, which is the pioneer of Xbox at this point of time. So my Agile journey started from that point onward. And we have used the various flavors of Agile with various clients. DA is maybe a next game which is going to help all of us at the organization level perspective. And I always try to connect those into my day-to-day experience. One example which I realized just yesterday is that I have some construction work going on in one of the sites. And it's like a place is already ready. And now the contractor is working on creating or building a water tank on the ground, which is of a 10,000 liter capacity. Naturally, there is a design available. Contractors, architecture have created those designs, and we were kind of reviewing that design, how that tank will be created or what should be the design and whether it's going to work. And there were a couple of people who are actually going to do the work at that point of time were present in the site. And then there were some last minute changes we were talking about, that moving the tank construction little bit by 1 feet and etc. And we realized that those people who are actually going to do that work were a little frustrated. We spent about half an hour, 1 hour talking about where the changes would be. And slowly I walked away and told us, please decide and then let me know when you are ready with your changes. And literally after 1 hour, when the changes were ready, he was able to incorporate that on the site. He made sure that his steel architecture that needs to be created can be changed quickly, and he started to work. So I think agility is there already in our blood. We have been doing this very well in our day-to-day experience as well. But as we said, discipline agile from the organization perspective would help us to take this journey to the next level. So thank you again to all of you who have joined, and warm welcome from Region 11 leadership. And we are looking forward for some great learning today as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are very fortunate to have with us an eminent speaker, a PMI board member, and the chair of the audit committee. He's a disciplined agile instructor with over 20 project management related professional credentials. He's a seasoned volunteer and has served varied roles in the PMI community since 2009, serving as the president of Western Australia chapter and mentor for PMI Australia and New Zealand regions. He loves to travel, sail, and more importantly, loves to spend time with his young family. Please join me in welcoming Galen Thompson to deliver the first keynote of the day. Over to you, sir. Apologies for the delay. Due to technical concerns, we will move on to the next. We will move on. Now I would like to invite Venkat Reddy, the Vice President of PMI PCC, to introduce the Agile Certification journey.
Thank you, Kritika. Is my voice loud and clear?
Yes, sir. It's audible.
Okay. Sorry, folks. There is some technical issue. We'll do that session later. So let's continue with the Agile certification journey. No, I'm very excited to give a quick overview. I think all of you heard Girish mentioning about DA certifications. So you get to hear what certifications PMI is on offer in this slide. So as you see in this slide, there are a good number of certifications as part of Agile certification journey that is recently launched by PMI. So there are some new offerings, as you see, DA SSM, DA Senior Scrum Master, and there are some existing certifications like ACP, Agile Certified Professional, which many of you might be aware. Now, our goal is here to make it simplified offerings so that our customers know exactly what certification they can take, and based on their experience and career point currently they are at. So they can take different certifications based on their experience. So if you start from the top, DASM is the first level certification, Disciplined Agile Scrum Master certification. So this is basically for the people starting an Agile journey, without any Agile experience, they can take up Disciplined Agile Scrum Master certification. So this certification requires 2 days of mandatory training, and there is an unproctored exam as well that participant can take to achieve the certification. So if you move down, there are 2 certifications, ACP and DASSM. ACP, as I mentioned, is an existing certification which will remain the same. We understand the value of Agile certified professionals. There are about more than 40,000 practitioners already certified as ACPs. So this going to remain the same. The entry criteria of 8 months experience and syllabus, everything going to remain the same. So on the right hand side, you see the DASSM. If you would have heard Sunil's address yesterday, he mentioned about this certification. This is a unique certification, the Senior Scrum Master certification. This covers concepts like Agile, Lean Thinking, and also the DA toolkit in specific. So this is more for a advanced practitioner post DASM, wherein you're handling complex solutions or multiple teams. So this certification is applicable. So this has a mandatory experience of 2 years, and of course 2 days training followed by a proctored exam. So disciplined agile senior scrum master. So as this certification name sounds familiar to you, this is in line with the market standards. So the Scrum Master is the very popular word that you hear in the Agile market. So the certification names are also aligned. But just to highlight, key point here is that this is not another Scrum training. So this covers the disciplined Agile toolkit in detail, which is a tool agnostic or platform agnostic toolkit, wherein you can, we will talk about not only Scrum, even other frameworks also as part of these trainings. So if you move further down, there are 2 offerings at a very advanced level, value stream consultant and DA coach. So if you want to help an organization fast track their DA disciplined agile adoption, DAVSC. So DA value stream consultant is a new offering that's coming very soon, and we have about mandatory experience of 3 years experience and also training followed by an exam to achieve the certification. If you want to be on the people side, you can go for a DA coach certification. DA coach certification specifically talks about how you can coach individuals, teams in adopting disciplined agile, and also help them with defining their way of working. So these are the different offerings we have at different levels of your career. As I mentioned earlier, some of these certifications are already rolled out. DASM rolled out. DASSM is rolled out very recently, like as latest as December 4th. And ACP is an existing certification. A value stream consultant, DA coach coming very soon in the month of Feb, as you hear from Al yesterday. So that's the timelines, and look forward for all of your active part, like PMP helped to understand project management concepts. If you want to enable your agile journey with the learning and certifications, I think definitely these are the certifications you can look at. If some of you have already some DA certifications like CDA or CDAP, those will be mapped to these certifications as well. So that's a work in progress as we are discussing now. So let me play a quick video now. It will be a short video to summarize what I just explained. Video, Hari? Thank you, Hari. So that's in a nutshell is all about the Agile certification journey recently launched by PMI. If you have any questions, do reach out to us. You can either send a message in the chat window, or you can reach out to our contacts in the website. Thank you. Thanks again, all of you. Over to you, Kritika.
Thank you, sir. The path to Agile Value Stream Consultant is very clearly defined. Now, PMI has a certification to help professionals navigate the journey to Agile leadership. I now request Madhav Reddy, Bhaskar Reddy, and Monica Muddam Shetty for the launch of PMI PCC DA Ambassador Program. Bhaskar is a senior Agile leader and volunteer at PMI for more than a decade. Monica is a seasoned IT professional and the director for social media. Over to you all.
Thank you, Kritika.
Thank you, Kritika.
Thank you, Kritika.
So as you have been listening in since yesterday, you already know that DA harnesses hundreds of agile practices to help you get the best way of working and drive business agility. We understand that DA is still fairly new to our local PM community and organizations. And hence,
Yeah, I think we just lost Monica. So what we at PMI, I was mentioning in my welcome address that PMI First Chapter decided to start its journey on the DA front, and the thing that I was mentioning about was the fact that we at the chapter started something called DA Ambassador Program, and that's what we would like to unveil. Can we have the DA Ambassador logo being unveiled, please?
I request you to go ahead and launch this, Madhav.
Yeah. So can we have the logo being unveiled? Yeah, here it comes. Can the click happen? Yeah. So PMI Pearl City Chapter's DA Ambassador Program is hence launched. So over to you, Bhaskar, with if you could share the details about this Ambassador Program, why and how this was thought of, that would be great. In the meantime, I think Monica would also join.
Sure, Madhav. Thank you for the moment we are all waiting for. Yes, the idea was, initiated, and the board is kind of worked on it. I will proudly say this is one of our pioneer initiatives at the chapter level, and we are all as a board looking forward to take this to greater heights. So currently, if you look back a few months back, we worked with one of the ADPs and executed a workshop wherein currently we have around total of 21 DA ambassadors at the chapter level, and proudly say that the entire board is on it, as well as along with our passionate volunteers. So the board and passionate volunteers kind of committed onto this allied group to take this DA forward. Maybe starting with committed for 1 year, but I'm sure everyone is looking forward to work on this for many more in the future years. So is Monica back? Okay, so Kritika, can you take the next slide where we have the 21 DA ambassadors are in place? Can you toggle between those two charts? Meanwhile, I will continue to say what I have to say. Yeah, thank you, Kritika. So regarding the formation of this allied group and the program, We really wanted to serve the community. So the first basic and the fundamental objective of our DA Ambassador program is all about to bring the awareness and promote the disciplined agile in our communities, and primarily it is into the corporate world. So we have many purpose, the objectives of this program, but let me share a few of them. So one could be the DA meets. When I say the disciplined agile meets, each ambassador will act not only the lead role, a role model in his or her respective organization, but also he or she is looking forward to looking in our community, and as and when the opportunity, I mean, as I said, the frequent meets, depending on the context of the subject, they will continue to have organizing these sessions. So primarily we wanted to start with bi-weekly and see how that goes. Either it may be a monthly or it may be even come down to a weekly basis. And the second one is the chapter is going to provide each of these ambassadors like a DA kit, where they kind of use those kits to primarily showcase what exactly the DA, what is all about the disciplined agile, so that they can go and execute those sessions into the respective organizations as well as in the communities. And the one more is primarily to act like in a buddies. Of course, we have today the 21 DA ambassadors, but in future we are still looking forward to organize sessions, and people might be completing from elsewhere. So we are looking not only support them, like primarily towards CDA. Like if you look at all our ambassadors, they are all certified by CDA, and so we are like in a buddy program. Each ambassador will help support the participants who is looking for an exam as well. And another major is like each ambassador is a liaison to us. I mean, DA liaison, let me put it very specific. It's between PMI, global PMI DA, and our community versus the corporate world. So any support that chapter can give, the board can give, we are looking forward to do that, but they are acting primarily as a DA liaison. And the last but not the least, yes, each ambassador is very active, alert enough to get an opportunity. Maybe it is chapter networking event, maybe chapter conference, maybe any bi-weekly meet. So wherever there is an opportunity, maybe it is in the respective organization or maybe elsewhere. So always the focus is to have these sessions running, bring some awareness, promote the DA. So that is what is all about our Alive program. So we are looking forward to continue grow this ambassador program count, and looking forward to make a big difference in our community. Is Monica joined back? If not,
yes, we are.
Yeah, apologies. It seems everything that could go wrong is going wrong. I guess that's the reality of life. You can't really prevent everything from going wrong. You can only respond to what it is happening. Apologies, everyone. I'm back now.
Okay, Monica, anything you want to say here?
Yes, absolutely. I think, Bhaskar, you covered the gist of the program. I just want to additionally say that, yes, this program is completely new. It's been brought up, launched by PMI Pearl City chapter exclusively for advocacy of DA and to spread the message about how disciplined agile can unlock business agility. And that's the key message. At PMI Pearl City Hyderabad chapter, we've always been a staunch believer that we need to drive the change that we want to see in the community, and hence this unique program has been specially curated with advocacy in mind. So there's a lot of action coming up at PMI PCC. Many things are going to be coming up. Do watch out the PMI Pearl City Hyderabad chapter mailers and social media. There's going to be news on more DA workshops, more advocacy, more learning, a lot of busy times, and we are looking forward to it eagerly. In case anybody has any further questions, they can reach out to any of the 21 DA ambassadors, including Bhaskar and myself, or you can reach us at the office email ID, which is office@pmipcc.org. We're looking forward to spreading the message on DA across our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Kritika.
Thank you, Kritika.
Our very best wishes to all the DA ambassadors as they embark on an ambitious endeavor. We are very fortunate to have with us as the speaker, PMI board member, and the chair of the audit committee. He is a disciplined Agile instructor with over 20 project management related professional credentials. He is a seasoned volunteer and has served varied roles in the PMI community since 2009, serving as the president of Western Australia chapter and mentor for PMI Australia and New Zealand region. He loves to travel, sail, and more importantly, loves to spend time with his young family. Please join me in welcoming Galen Thompson to deliver the first keynote of the day.
Hello, let me just share my slide. Let me just share my slides. Oh. Hello, everybody, and it's a pleasure. It's a great honor to be here with you, chapters from the region as well as members, not just in India, but around the world who are also attending this free and inaugural Discipline Agile conference. On behalf of the board and for myself, we're here to serve. I'm here to serve. I'll be sharing some insights from PMI and how they can ensure our relevance as project leaders and continue driving change in these very challenging times. But first, I want to start by recognizing and celebrating some of your future leaders as part of PMI's Future 50 this year. We have Rajesh, who is a founder for TechMax IT Services, a tech startup, Vidya, who applied design thinking to launch a new rideshare app, and of course, Vihari, who was cultivating digital solutions to help feed India, local solutions to help feed India. There's, of course, the full Future 50 list on the PMI website. And of course, we recently launched our second year of our most influential projects. And too often, we only seem to dive into profiles of projects in the media when things go wrong. When projects run over budget or over schedule, we too often take for granted how much progress is made possible through effective project expertise, leadership, and skills, including on efforts where they may not immediately come to mind when we think of projects. So this year and last year, we set out to change that in part by celebrating and shining a light on the impact made possible through projects. We celebrated with a look at the 50 most influential projects of this past half century last year, and this year we thought it was appropriate to mark this historic, challenging year with a look at the most influential projects of 2020. One that I wanted to highlight is, of course, the Sardar Patel Stadium in India. We've got a short video, if you can please play that.
Far from its origins as an English village pastime, cricket is now estimated to be the second most watched sport in the world, with over 2 billion followers, and with its great love
What an amazing project. The Populous team set out to create a sense of community without sacrificing the individual experience.
Far from it.
And I wanted to go a bit further after recognizing some of India's projects and future leaders by looking at the geopolitical trends that PMI conducts as part of its research. Every year we do our own assessment of the most urgent and long-term trends around the world, everything from climate change to shifting demographics to the latest breakthroughs in technology. We call this summary our signpost report. And in the last year, we've also made this available online at pmi.org. This is really a world-class piece of research that relates to our project management profession.
Sorry, Callan, just sorry to stop you. You are not sharing now. Please share.
Of course.
Yeah. Thank you.
How's that?
Yeah, that's good.
And so every year we synthesize these findings from research and news reports, and we spoke to industry leaders from around the world and analyzed the information from a range of databases. And so we're starting to see a dramatic shift, and of course the adverse conditions this year with COVID and the limited travel. And so one trend is the explosive growth in India. PMI was proud to recently host the VP of India at our national conference in India this year, and he rightfully described the task of leading India as a project itself. Venkaiah Naidu, the Vice President of India, said that the project is bigger than ever, and this year is investing $266 billion in new stimulus funds, in part as a response to COVID, but that amounts to 10% of India's GDP. Amazing. So there's a lot at stake today. Tech disruption is overturning business models left and right. These big challenges of climate change, political tensions, and globalization are posing hard questions too. So lots of organizations are trying to become more nimble and deliver more value to their customers. That's why organizations are shifting to thinking of themselves as being based around projects. Projects now are how work gets done. What's familiar for us is actually becoming the norm in many organizations. Work has changed, so the way the world thinks about projects. That is the project economy. So at PMI, we've long advocated, of course, that all change at organizations occurs through and with projects, and we increasingly see that paradigm shift taking place. We've long seen some sectors organized around projects. Think of a large consulting organization or professional consulting firms. Or think of the movie industries in places like Hollywood and Bollywood, in which talent moved from project to project, but today we see an ever wider range of organizations evolving to this model. In early May 2020, McKinsey published a look at the urgent need for reskilling. The coronavirus pandemic has made this question of reskilling even more urgent. Workers around the world and across industries have to look deep and figure out how they can adapt to rapidly changing conditions. Our challenge today is about how leaders can reskill and upskill their workforce to deliver new business models in the current pandemic era, but also into the post-pandemic era. So McKinsey, interestingly, found that project management will be one of the most needed skills in years to come, as you can see on screen now. And our PM skills are evolving. You're familiar with the talent triangle, where technical project management is becoming new ways of working. Leadership skills are becoming power skills, and strategic and business management are becoming business acumen. This is something, as you can see at Beta, it's something we're working on now. So what are these power skills that are sort of becoming an evolvement of the leadership skills? As you can see, they include collaborative leadership, empathy for the customer, and an innovative mindset. What do we mean by that? You'll notice that these are largely non-technical and associated with high emotional intelligence. In a world in which technology automates most of our daily routine, these people-centric, these very human capabilities are more important than ever. These skills align with the capabilities that the World Economic Forum says will be critical in the next few years. As one example of how PMI is helping professionals to develop these new power skills and work in new ways, we'll soon be unveiling a new tool called Wicked Problem Solving, which the creator Tom Wujek describes as Lego meets design thinking meets Harvard Business Review, all on steroids. So Wicked Problem Solving, or WPS, is simple, effective, scalable, and fun. It comes as a box. It's actually meant to be almost played. Fun system that helps people to solve complex problems, lead teams in more effective ways, and make ideas visible. That is the value proposition that we're offering project professionals and PMI members. Every person, team, and organization faces problems, increasingly complex ones. And so it's no wonder that the World Economic Forum ranks complex problem solving as the most valuable skill. Another area to touch on in terms of new ways of working is the citizen developer that PMI recently launched. Today's organizations appreciate how software and business applications can and do supercharge their business. However, there is a global shortage of coders and specialist developers. So imagine empowering your own teams to build software solutions using no-code or low-code applications to develop solutions, and thus creating a workforce of citizen developers. According to Gartner, 84% of enterprises have started using low-code or no-code technology, and Gartner predicts that they will represent 65% of all application development by 2024. Microsoft also expects 500 million new apps to be built in the next 5 years, with 450 million of those being built using a low-code tool. If citizen developer grows as expected, it will become as prevalent as Excel. It will be used to create solutions to a multitude of problems and at every level across companies. For project managers to be more relevant in the future, they have to learn new ways of working and getting things done, and citizen developer and PMI will help them do this. And of course, we have Discipline Agile, what these 2 days are about. We're helping practitioners to develop their ability to work in new ways through new Agile offerings. While PMI has built its reputation and expertise primarily in the area of traditional project management, individuals and organizations around the world are working in an increasingly agile world. In order to strengthen our position in the agile marketplace and provide even more value for our members, PMI acquired Discipline Agile and Flex in 2019. Important for organizations to build focus on business results. It's not agile for the sake of agile. And personally, at the beginning, you saw that I'm also a Discipline Agile practitioner and instructor. It's one that I actually use in my organization. In particular, I really appreciate choosing your own ways of working, enabling teams to choose their own ways of working. I work in a very complex organization, working with a lot of social issues, a lot of wicked problems. I lead the PMO, the enterprise level PMO. So part of my job is actually enabling people to work on complex work across the organization and being able to provide them with a toolkit that allows them to choose their own way of working and to collaborate across the organization. Delivering value streams has been is proven to be really invaluable. I know that you'll be hearing much more about the potential of DA at this meeting, and you have, of course, yesterday. There's far more amazing experts and luminaries to hear from today. So, a few takeaways I'd keep in mind is that great ideas make the world go around. And even in this digital age, it's up to people. It's up to human beings to actually bring those ideas to come to life in every sector. We're working person to person, deep relationships. I encourage you all to take some of these takeaways back to your organizations and to see change, not as a threat, but as an opportunity to build not just agile cultures, but gymnastic cultures that can embrace and lead change. As our world recovers from COVID and builds a better path forward, there will be a greater demand for this community, our community of project leaders in India and around the world, as change makers and as leaders. So I thank you very much. I know it's been very brief, but I thank you very much for your patience and for inviting me into your homes, into your lounges, into your dining rooms. And I hope you have a wonderful conference. I look forward to taking a few of the questions if we have time.
you very much, sir, for setting the context. We have one question from the audience. Is DA applicable to non-IT projects as well?
Very good question. So my work is actually, DA is applied, in fact, IT is the last area that's applying it. In our work, I work at a human services, a community serving organization, so we work with everything from social housing to child protection to family and domestic violence to serving people with disabilities and remote indigenous communities. And in fact, it's discipline agile that actually is allowing us to collaborate on very complex work. At a program level in Western Australia, in fact, our COVID social recovery plan, the state social recovery plan, $5 billion, is actually being, it's being successfully managed. In fact, it's being so well managed using sort of a program level lean Kanban and DA-inspired techniques and ways of working that, in fact, our CEO, our Director General, has asked to actually be applied and actually applied to even more complex programs. So yes, it is very applicable to non-IT work.
Thank you for your response, sir.
Perhaps if there's any more questions, I could answer them by email later.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Was there another question, or are we handing over to the next session?
We're moving on to the next session, sir, in considering the interest of time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, El. Enjoy the day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. In your honor, a few cluster of saplings have been planted.
Thank you so much. This is what I very much appreciate.
Now we have something very interesting coming up that we've all been waiting for. A table conversation on challenges in enterprise agility. We have 4 leaders from the agile transformation landscape sharing their experiences and learning. I would now like to invite all the panelists to take the center stage. I would also request them to switch on their videos now and to only unmute their mics while speaking. I now request Venkat Reddy, Vice President of PMI PCC, to introduce the panelists and moderate the session. Venkat is an expert in both predictive and adaptive project life cycles. He is also a long-term volunteer of PMI. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kritika. So, yeah, hello everyone. Very good evening again. So before proceeding on the session, so I would really appreciate Galen joining very early morning and also talking about the PMI landscape and how it is, PMI changing not only the project management but also the agile and citizen development landscape as well. Thanks a lot for that. So now let's get on to our core topic of the panel discussion. Now, before actually going ahead discussing with the experts, let me introduce all 4 of them. Can all 4 of you come onto the video, please? Yeah. So we have Daniel Gecknon here. He is, if you have read the book Choose Your Wow, you would have come across this name. Actually, his work is referenced multiple times in that book. Okay, Daniel is an organizational agility advisor, coach, and trainer. He is one of the 2 DA fellow and 9 instructor level trainers for DA. He has coached more than 2,000 people, more than 2,000 in different certifications. So thank you, Danny, for joining. So we have we have another gentleman, Jairam, here. He is an author of the book titled Unlearning. He is a service veteran. He's a UN peacemaker as well. He is also an ICF accredited coach, mentor, and speaker at various conferences. He is currently the head of transformation at Sarjan. Thank you, Jairam, for joining. So we have Venkatachalai Babu, also with us today. He is head of PMCOE at Infosys. He has significant experience and deep knowledge in facilitation skills to influence cultural shift and drive change in the organizations. He has deep knowledge in scaled agile delivery, theory of constraints, lean manufacturing, IT project and program management, consulting are some of the areas that he has deep knowledge and experience. So we have Brijesh also with us here. So he's my friend in PMI. He's VP of Training and Development from PMI Gujarat chapter. Brijesh is also an IIM Ahmedabad alumnus, having 90+ years of experience in IT. Brijesh is an agile coach and specialist in building high-performance team and bringing agilities at organization. He's currently working with Spec India as delivery head. So welcome you all, panelists. So let's get on to our discussion today. Challenges in business agility. So my first question, I think, which is I hope is the same question from all the participants as well today. Now we talked in length about business agility. So many speakers talked about why business agility yesterday. So okay, we know that in the world, in the VUCA world we live in, especially the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity world, the VUCA world we talk about, right? So in the VUCA world we live in now, without business agility, it is very difficult to survive for organizations, especially. Okay, so we wanted to understand more from your all of your expertise. So my first question is about how exactly you define business agility, and what are the key factors in an organization to enable business agility. So we understand the importance of business agility, but we wanted to understand from your experience, what are the key factors to enable business agility. So if Daniel, if you can go first and share your experiences.
Absolutely, Venkat. So the key factors, to my mind, are within the organization has to have what I call inner alignment and inclusion. So what I mean by that is, in 1970, Winston Royce came out with that infamous white paper about, the waterfall, the waterfall way of doing things. And he actually warned against that deterministic way of doing things. But, it was too late. The genie was out of the bottle. And it's strange because in 1995, the first intimation of Scrum, the first release, Scrum was first released. It's 25 years. Oddly enough, this year, 2020, is 25 years since Scrum. So agility has reached the same age that waterfall had reached when agility appeared. So I think it is high time. If the traditional way of doing things was ripe for disruption after 25 years, I think that our concept of agility should also be ripe for disruption after 25 years. It should not somehow be shielded from being asked the hard questions. And what we've seen in the first 25 years, unfortunately, with many of the methodologies and frameworks around agility, and we're realizing it now, is that it was very much constrained to IT. Not always because the rest of the organization wasn't open, but because IT felt they had a sacred mission, or whatever you might call it. So there was not inclusion necessarily, and there, both sides of the fence weren't speaking. So now you need that full spectrum alignment. You need the business. You need the corporate control functions. You need, on the other end of the spectrum, you need the way that you develop and send into production and put in the hands of your end users. The full spectrum needs to be present, because if you're only going faster in IT, you're only gaining about 5% productivity. And there are studies that show this, notably the Reifert study in 2017, 5 to 12% productivity improvement at the very best if you're not doing organizational or business agility. You need that alignment and inclusion. Those are the two words.
Thank you, Danny. So alignment and inclusion, I think you talked about, no, it's not just IT, all the departments in an organization to be agile and do agile, so to bring the business agility in the organizations.
And not just the product people, HR, audit, compliance, governance, everyone. Yep.
Right. Jairam, your thoughts about the same? What do you think the key factors to enable business agility?
Yeah, I think I fully agree with Daniel there. And most of the time, the major exception we see are the leaders. Leaders and executives somehow feel, they are leaders, so they don't need to transform or they don't need to participate in the transformation journey. So that's definitely one of the levers which drives strategic agility in the organization and which is a core requirement for business agility. And the major thing for any coach to, if you have to drive organizational agility or business agility, is challenge the status quo. And it's not an end state. You are never business agile. It's a journey. So continuously challenge the status quo is what I would say at every point in time, and continuously reinvent what your state of agility is. So there is no end state of having reached business agility.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Jairam. I think the very important point you mentioned, challenge the status quo. Challenge the status quo, and especially the leaders has to align with the business agility. The leaders obviously should drive business agility as well within the organizations. Venkat, your thoughts on the same? Can you hear me, Venkat?
Yeah, can you hear me now, Venkat? Sorry, I was on mute.
Yeah. I can.
Yeah. Hi, good evening. Good morning, everyone. And so first of all, thanks, Venkat, for this opportunity to have an interaction with, an audience of, in this discipline. And congratulations to this Hyderabad chapter and the Kerala chapter for organizing this and a need of the hour, right? Okay, so now coming, to this question, Venkat, right? So business agility, right? So we have heard about this enough, from the last, from yesterday, and we also have experienced this in our own base, right? When we have been exposed to this kind of a shift that happened in the last few months, right? What it means, what it meant to each one of us, right, as individuals, professionals. So to my mind, business agility, is the ability to stay relevant, right, to your customer in an ever-changing context, right? When there is so much of flux going on, right, all around, and only the pace of flux is increasing, how do you ensure that you stay relevant, right? Which means that you have to read, kind of discover yourself. You have to kind of do a lot of innovation, transform, inside out, to make sure that you're always relevant to what your customer really wants. Right. So, and how do you do that, right, in a way that is efficient, right, that is reliable and resilient, right? So that's extremely important, right? And we sustain, these changes over a period of time, right? So, to do this, it's a very challenging task in front of us, and it can only be possible if the organizational capabilities, right, align. Just taking off from what Daniel said. Internal alignment, right, to make sure, that we come together, right, in a way that we are able to very clearly, have a very clear line of sight as to what we are doing for the customer, right, which means internal collaboration. That I think is a very, very critical piece, right, that we have to get, functioning well, because that is the friction in this area, right? How do we collaborate well over internal competition? Right, and this basically also takes a point from what we heard from Al yesterday, right? The way we kind of view value stream, right? Instead of managing value as it flows across the organization, across departments and functions, how can we manage the flow of value, right? And the reason why we have that as a big challenge is because the organizational memory, right, extending from what has made us successful, right, over so many years. We have a way of working that has proven, to be successful in the past many decades. And how do you make sure that you balance, it's tough to kind of let go of things which have made you successful in the past, while you have to embrace new ways of working, right? That I think is one of the challenges which also adds to the problem that we already talked about. And to do this, you have to influence collective mindset, right? And it has got an inertia of its own, right? It doesn't change never happens overnight, right? So how do you make sure that you inject these changes in a way that it doesn't take too much time and also it is sustainable over a period of time? Because as this change we encounter, challenges, it is very easy to fall back into old ways of working, right? How do you persist? How do you persevere to ensure that the change really sticks and, kind of see the outcomes that we truly desire, right, as an organization? So I think these are some of the key challenges implementing agility at scale.
Very good, Venkat. I think you mentioned a very important point. If I sum it up, I think you talked about value stream. Value stream we talked about in the lean principles, right? So where we have to focus on what exactly the outcome we are providing to the customer and who are all the parties involved in delivering that outcome. Okay, so it could be not only IT department, as Danny mentioned, it could be any department or any people involved in the value stream delivery. So we need to look at we talk about eliminating waste in the value stream. So if you look at the value stream, that is one important point you mentioned. Embrace new way of working. I think that's again what Jairam also mentioned. We should always challenge the status quo and look at new ways of working. And to embrace new ways of working, obviously we need to work on collective mindset. To sustain the change or transformation that we are working in an organization. So otherwise, it could be possible that we may set back to the old way of working.
Absolutely, yeah.
Great, Venkat. Brijesh, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you so much, Venkat. I hope I'm audible to you.
Very well, Brijesh.
Okay. So if in my view, business agility is all about ability to respond the changes and respond the changes at the rate so it can take the advantage, of business can take the advantage of the change. So if I define in a layman term, business agility is all about inspect and adapt at the organization. Because we are good at inspect and adapt at the project level, now we are enough mature with the project level agility, but business agility is all about the same, but inspect and adapt at the organization level. And I think majority of points are covered by the my fellow panelists, but I just wanted to highlight two things that help to enable the enterprise agility in organization. First point I want to share is the customer centricity. What I feel is in order to bring the business agility, organization has built the structure and processor considering the customer in a centricity, customer in a center. So organization has to focus on as Venkat mentioned, value stream and more become the connected, we have to more become the connected organization. So we have to avoid the silos in the organization. So we have to build the organization structure and the processes by putting the customer in the center. That is one point I am saying. Second I am saying is the people. What I understand is people are the source of creative innovation in the organization. And organization have to work toward the unleash the creativity of the people and build the trust to take the ownership in individuals. So, and if you can make the experimental attitude in an organization, so that become another value because this era is more on the innovation side. So we have to focus two things, people should be more innovative and organizations should be customer centricity, because many a time I find is various organizations we have one side HR processes and we are executing the projects as a cross-functional team, and every person is a team, individual as a team in a members. But when it comes to the HR processes, HR asks us to rank the people, in order to go for appraisal. So that brings the customer centricity. So if we become more connected organization, that may be more helpful. So that is two factors I am considering to enable the enterprise agility.
Definitely, I agree completely, Brijesh, with your thought process. I think customer centricity is one thing. I think even now, many organizations still struggle, especially the major organizations still struggle because with the kind of structures and the way it was built from the past, we will have many units like, let's say, development, QA, operations, and so on and so forth. In this whole spectrum, sometimes we may lose exactly the outcomes or what exactly the customer wants. So actually, if you look at the frameworks like disciplined agile or DevOps, also suggest the same, wherein put the customer at the center, align your organizations and people and org structures to whatever products or services you're delivering. Suppose if I'm delivering a product for one specific, let's say, e-commerce. So you need to align like Venkat mentioned, you need to align the entire value stream related to that product delivery. So that's where I think, and another important point that most of the times we miss in organizations is people-centric. So without, I think in the kind of world, as I mentioned at the beginning, people are, we have to give top priority to the people, obviously. So we have to create that environment for innovation and make people work freely and without any bottlenecks. So that's, I think, very good points. Thanks all of you for covering that topic. And now move on to specific topic which I have in mind. This I'll start with Daniel. Daniel, you worked on training many people on different frameworks, and you train people on Scrum, Safe, and you're also a kind of evangelist for organizational agility. With you have experience implementing Agile at scale. But when we talk about Agile, especially in IT, I see this predominantly because I am from IT. So when we talk about Agile, people immediately think of, okay, Scrum, Safe, then they talk about, okay, whether Scrum is best or Kanban is best or Safe is best and all that. Okay, so that's typically the environment I see in the Agile space are the kind of questions that generally comes up. So do you think that's the right way to look at, or do you really think these kind of frameworks? That's my second question to you, Daniel, is do you think these kind of frameworks really help us in business agility? Because at the end of it, all of us agree that business agility is the key, that entire organization should be agile. And do you think these kind of frameworks really help in bringing that business agility in the organizations?
That's a great loaded question, Venkat. So I'll try and answer it as honestly as possible. My thoughts have evolved around this over the years as I've gained experience, and what I've seen in the field now, I now tend to very much agree with Martin Fowler when some years ago he said we're now in presence of the Agile Industrial Complex. The Agile Industrial Complex. It was a play on words of the Agile, the defense industrial complex that Eisenhower was talking about after World War II. And it's all the players, all the consultancies, all the people such as myself that are involved in making a living from this word, right? So I'm not excluding myself in any way, shape, or form. One thing that is very important to understand is that the frameworks and the methodologies, they were not created out of a sense of malfeasance. They were meant to, each and every one of these was meant to help, right? It was an attempt at structuring and formalizing the knowledge in a way that could be consumed and applied in organizations. What I see happening altogether too often, though, is just as happened with, the Lean Six Sigma movement, just as happened just about every sort of organized structure in industry, people tend to want to buy a solution. No one wants to do the critical thinking and the heavy lifting of actually looking at their own context. And in the case of the Agile methodologies and frameworks, what has happened over the years is, I have a lot of difficulty with the expression Agile coach now, because what we're seeing especially in the methodologies, in the frameworks, and if you look at all the at-scale frameworks, more often than not, it is not in any way, shape, or form coaching. To coach is to bring someone to a realization that they could have gotten to on their own, and Nivarti will be able to correct me on this, just short, quicker and more efficiently, but with your help. Agile coaching is not about coaching. It is more about process mentoring and process facilitation. At best, what happens is it becomes what I call drive-by process and position in a hurry when, there's an agenda to get through training 2,000 people on the way of doing things. And what happens when large organizations or even medium organizations buy into any one of these methodologies and frameworks and treats it as something to be deployed, something that came on a stack of CDs, right? You just put it in and, just step by step, you just deploy it and then you're done after 6 months, is that you skip the last and most crucial part of psychological safety as defined by Thomas Dixon in his new book, which is challenger safety. In other words, we've gotten to the point where Agile is the establishment, where agility allows no challenge, where you do a stand-up or you're out of a job, right? Where you have to actually sometimes reapply for your own job. So we've transformed this into a massive monster, and we're not allowing the critical thinking, which is why, to my mind now, DA, which is not a methodology, to me I just call it it's a philosophy of critical thinking, and it gives back agency, and it works with the internal culture because it starts where you are. So the frameworks were meant to help when they're applied with respect and when they're applied with psychological safety. They can be very helpful in certain contexts, but eventually you're going to have to move beyond them to find your own way of working. And if you don't have challenger status quo and you have to obey the framework to the letter because there's no one allowed to do critical thinking, then you're doomed.
Perfect, Daniel. I think if I put it in another way, I think you are saying frameworks do help, but if you put it in the right context, if you understand our context well and apply the framework, whatever, either it could be Scrum or SAFe, any other framework.
Anyone, yep.
Yeah, so that's the right way. Even actually, if you look at disciplined agile toolkit, that's actually what it exactly suggests. So while it actually mentions about you can use any framework, but understand your context and way of working before applying any other framework.
Precisely.
Right. Yeah, thanks for that. Venkat, this is one key question I have for you. I think you have expertise in the transformation and facilitation on the culture side, because any agile transformation we talk about, yesterday also we were hearing many speakers talk about, I think you also mentioned at the beginning, it is the mindset change that we need to bring in the organization, because that's the key challenge. So while we can implement a framework like Scrum with very ease and maybe SAFe and a DA kind of toolkits with some difficulty, but at the end of the day, it is the culture of the organization, if I put it in the right way. So what are the important factors, or do you suggest any specific process how we can work on the culture part in an organization? Venkat?
Yeah. So that's again a very tough question to answer, Venkat, and I by no means claim to be an expert in this space, but I'm a learner, and it's a humongous challenge in front of all of us, right? So culture, right, so we all can experience, right? It's not very easy to kind of describe it in words, right? Very loosely, we can say that this is how things get done here, right? So culture is predominantly about humans, right? So it's all about people. So how do you influence culture? And if you have to kind of influence that, it has to be done in a humane way, right? So this is very, very critical, right? It is not something that you can, force, right? So easily. So when it is about humans, right? So if we can look at the individual at the center, right? So first we must, as any, a person in any position to kind of influence this process, we have to make the individual, irrespective of the role that he plays, it could be a developer, tester, an architect, a leader, whoever it is in the organization, get comfortable in the new ways of working, right? So we have to enable this transformation to happen in a way that is possible for the individual to see his relevance, right? So we talked about business agility as relevance to customers. So the individual also has to see, how is he going to now kind of transition, right, or adapt, right, to the new context. So we have to make it comfortable to make the transition happen, right? So it can be done through enormous training, relevant to that role. It could be enabling the developer to pick up new technical skills, right? The leader to kind of pick up, the way he facilitates the process and so on and so forth, right? Even at leadership level and so on. So this is basically, in essence, what we're talking about is your workforce transformation, right? And it is the intent, the sincerity that you kind of demonstrate that you're truly interested to make sure that individuals see the relevance, right, in the new paradigm. So while that is happening, okay, so now we talked about individual. Now, how do individuals, kind of work with each other, right? It's about across teams, right? How can you now enable, a collaborative kind of behavior, right? Rather than the kind of metrics that you have, right? Does it foster collaborative behaviors? And extending the same principle, right? It could be how do different units in the organization collaborate with each other, right? So this is leadership, right? So how do they wear the hat of people who can lead by example, right? As someone said earlier on, so they have to see the relevance in the new context, and it's complete elasticity, right? So the individual has to learn new ways of working, new ways of leading the change. So leading by example is a very powerful thing, right? Which the leaders in the organization can actually demonstrate, right? And how do they grow others, right? So this is about the work style transformation, right? So we talked about workforce transformation, and then we have to look at work styles transformation, right? How do we work together, right? And we talk about value streams, right? So it's about, kind of clarity on the roles, clarity on what kind of, value adding kind of step that we actually contribute into this whole process, the work style transformation. And then we have to enable this whole thing, right? To make it easy for people to actually work in an agile manner, right? It could be collaboration tools. It could be setting up pipelines that, can make more mundane tasks, automate those things, cut out waste, which, if there is something that has to be repeated, why have somebody do that, right? So why can't you, kind of automate things? And why can't you have built-in quality, right? How can you make best use of tools that can, do the heavy lifting kind of low complex heavy lifting kind of activities? So which is basically your workplace transformation, right? So you're transforming your workforce, you're adopting new work styles, and your workplace itself has to also undergo the transformation. And enabling all this is your leadership, and which can be a key pivot in making this transition happen. And it's a movement, right? So it's a continuous movement. There is no end state, right? It doesn't mean that we have arrived, right? So we continuously have to focus and make sure that because we have actually a collective, as I said, mindset, right? So the ways of working is grooved into the organizational psyche, and you're here actually trying to make a shift. And that needs a lot of patience, perseverance, and hand-holding, right, across these 3-4 dimensions. So I think that, in my experience, what I've seen in the environment is if an organization is sincere and it's actually investing a lot of effort, right, in enabling the workforce and creating an ecosystem that is facilitating this new ways of working. I think the culture change can happen and it can stick on. This is what I have seen in my experience in some way.
Okay, Venkat. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. I think you mentioned one point wherein culture change is obviously a long-term journey, wherein the leaders has to lead by example. I think that's one key word you mentioned. So the leaders has to lead by example while focusing on the individuals and also the teams and the enterprise. So that's how we can bring culture change bottom up. But it is possible, though it is long.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Venkat. Jairam, One question for you. Yesterday we heard one speaker talking about Agile in education. Okay, so that's a very interesting talk yesterday. And also, there were some questions from our participants also. How we can, the government side especially, how Agile can be implemented. Okay, so there are questions about when we talk about Agile, so it applies to not just IT, but all other environment. Construction is actually one of the major areas that's implementing Agile. So you have experience in these areas as well. How do you, can you share your experiences, how Agile helped in bringing transformation in the other areas?
Yeah, so first thing I would say is I'm not a big fan of frameworks. So if you go by a thought process as to how to implement Scrum here or how to implement SAFe here, so I don't think it would work in any other industry. And so if you focus on the core principles and values that we talk about, in education sector, for example, we are trying that in one of the colleges, and what we looked at is who is our customer or consumer in that case sense. The students. Who has to get most value? The students. And talk to the students, understand what are your issues today with the kind of methodology or the framework the whole system has in education in that particular college. So one of the problems, if I say, is relativity between the topics, right? One of the, in computer science itself, you have a lot of elements which are interrelated. But when a professor goes and teaches, probably one person is talking about one topic today, and that topic is actually relevant maybe 3 months later because there is a related topic coming up, and it would be more easier for students to collectively understand both topics together. But by the time you teach it today, and after 3 months they would have forgotten because they would have gone through the semester, possibly it is complete, and you are afresh starting with something which is very related to this, but they don't realize anything about that. So that's a small example I am taking. So when we started looking at implementing Agile in that sense, we first looked at what is the sense of relativity or integration between the whole syllabus that they have. That is the first thing we look for. Then look at sequencing that based on the integration or the creativity of topics. That is the second exercise. Now the third exercise is many times, and we all have experienced this being students and being a part of some curriculum in education. There is no logical end to a topic. The moment the bell rings or an hour is complete, you just conclude and you move out of the class, right? So how do you logically conclude something, move away from the hourly based education to identifying the right amount of time to logically conclude a topic so that the students take away some value from that session?
Okay.
If you are suddenly stopping a topic in between, nobody gets value because by the time you come for the next session, there would be another 10 sessions of different topics that have gone through. And they would lose a sense of connectivity between the two topics that you are trying to bring together, right? So these are underlying principles when you talk about implementing Agile, and when you focus on just implementing framework, then it becomes very challenging for you to see, okay, how can I implement a Scrum here, or how can I implement a Kanban in construction or legal or any non-IT, non-development environment, even if you go to that extent to talk about it, right? So from that point of view, look at the core principles of what is the value, who is the consumer, what is the value stream that you are talking about, or you need to look at particularly to that context, and then look to see, okay, what process optimization, what is the whole delivery optimization that needs to happen. And talking to the right stakeholders, if you just talk to the professors probably would be feel it more convenient to run it in a certain fashion because they are used to running it in certain fashion. But is that giving the concrete value the students would look for? And those are the questions. Again, I come back to my point of challenging that status quo every sense and see how it actually needs to be addressed. Okay, that is my experience of implementing Agile in a non-IT organization. Look at the core principles, core values, focus on them, and look to identify achieving that mindset. Agility is a state of mind. Are you at the right state of mind to give maximum value to your consumer, whoever it is? If that is the focus, I think it's much easier.
Right, Jairam. I think point well said. So basically, it is the same. It actually ties back to the point that we discussed earlier. Okay, so context counts. I think that's in one of the DA principles as well. So we need to understand the context and not strictly implementing a certain framework, but we understand the context, and also decide our way of working by understanding the environment better. So that's where I think you're also driving. Even the same applies even non-IT areas as well. Right, Jairam?
Absolutely, I agree with that. So you just need to contextualize and don't be stereotyped or have affinity to a certain framework. We see a lot of discussion, somebody saying, Scrum is the best or SAFe is the best. It is best to a certain context. Let's not ourselves, we call ourselves Agilists, but we are ourselves stuck with certain, mindsets. So we need to get away from that.
Right. That's method prison is one term I learned recently, actually. Method prison or framework prison, what we call it as. Okay, so Bridget.
I would call it learning than, learning. So that's my passion again, come back to my unlearning process. So I look at it more.
We see your book at the back. So yeah, that's very apt title. I think unlearning is the apt one. Yeah, so. Yeah, Brijesh, no, I think some of I think in summary, we talked about so far what you hear from all the other three experts as well. Context, understand the context, and implement your way of working. Don't go by specific rules or methodologies or frameworks. But the frameworks do help, but we need to customize. And again, disciplined Agile as a toolkit, not as a framework, of course. So as a toolkit helps definitely in the similar direction. It gives guidance. Okay. So you are part of PMI, so you can talk about disciplined Agile in particular. So do you think that actually, this summarizes our discussion also in terms of DA helping organizations in achieving the points that we discussed?
Yeah, a great question. Yeah. So one thing I would like to highlight here is COVID-19 is act as a forcing function on organization around the world to go for a business agility. And for me, like Daniel mentioned, achieving business agility is not a simple and there is no silver bullet or single framework, method or system that can bring the business agility for any organization. And the reason behind that is, organization is a complex adaptive system, and two organizations follow the same journey, common patterns, but they cannot be the same. You never find the two organizations have the same common patterns of doing the business, even they are working on the same domain. Now, looking at my experience, I have been practicing the Agile from 10 years. Now, how the DA help us, in terms of bringing the business agility, maybe few practitioners know here, participants also knowing here, but discipline Agile, gives the context-sensitive decision toolkit, and that helps the organization to create own framework, and that provides a lots of choice also. So it likes a collection of the great idea that allow the organization to customize the approach for Agile adoption within their context. So as a Agile practitioner, many a time, I work with the PMO and functions to opt for the enabling the agility. And with these DA approaches, discipline Agile approaches, we are able to sustain the Agile practices in the longer term for the organization. Because in my experience, many people start with we want to move to the Agile, and they go with the one or two projects in Agile, but they are not able to sustain these practices on a longer run. But the toolkit like DA help us, in order to, they are providing the best scenarios, best ideas that you can customize in our way to adopt the Agile for the different projects, different categories you are working. So that is the first important thing I observed in the DA. So DA is a kind of providing the great level of the breadth in order to enabling the agility in organization. And another important things I have found as associated with the PMI Gujarat chapter in training and development, PMI initiated the offers of the gamut of the Agile certification and based on individual skills and levels. So I think that helps the organization in order to expedite that business agility journey. So if the people are experts with this context-sensitive toolkit, they can enable the business agility in the larger context. So that is one thing and second things I personally firmly believe DA brings the strong foundation for the enterprise agility. As I mentioned, DA toolkit supports scaling agility at tactical level as well as the strategic level. And tactical scaling is kind of, scale the Agile at team level based on a team size, or geographical distribution of team, domain and technical complexity of the project, compliance. Those factors can that DA toolkit provide. Along with strategic agility also, it enables the lean and agile principles broadly across the organization. So DA along with the flex that cover the full spectrum to enable the enterprise agility for any size of the organizations. So, in my view, this discipline, PMI discipline agile, toolkit, along with providing this choose or wow, that enables and expedite the journey of any organization to build the business agility at a higher speed. That's what my take on the discipline agile.
Thanks a lot, Brajesh. I think you mentioned two important points in terms of how DA can help both tactical agility and strategic agility. So if we want to implement Agile at scale, I think these are the two factors that we need to look at. We have to scale Agile at the team level and also Agile at the organization level. So these are the multiple factors actually we get if I can suggest to read the Choose Your Wow book as well. I think it mentioned about what factors we really need to consider while implementing Agile at scale. I think it's a very good read even for understanding the factors to be considered.
Yeah. At the same time, if any participants can visit the PMI website, I'm sure they will find the plethora of the interesting information about discipline agile, and that helps them to understand this toolkit or the greater extent.
I agree. I think it is not just a DA toolkit. It is actually a huge amount of white papers and blogs they can find in the website itself. Thanks a lot for that, bringing that. And thanks all of you, gentlemen. I think with the interest of time, we'll take a couple of questions. We'll stop our discussion here. So I know I wanted to do further discussion with all of you. Definitely, I love doing this. And but in the interest of time, let's take a couple of questions from the participants. So let's see what questions we have in the Q&A window, so that I can pick up. So we may not be able to answer. I think there's a good amount of with the kind of interaction we have. I think there's a lot of questions I see here. The couple of questions I can pick it up. Daniel, there is a question about how DA can support entrepreneurship challenges, especially in the new startups. I think you have some expertise in this area, right, Daniel? Any thoughts on that?
Yes, I've worked with customers in DA from 90,000 employees to 12 employees. So it is size agnostic, right? Because it's a philosophy for critical thinking. So what is actually interesting in the DA toolkit for small startups is that it actually there's a reason it's called disciplined agile. And the reason is it exposes all of the good practices of the last 50, 60 years. And some of those practices may seem old school, but in actual fact, they are what, for example, a startup would desperately need after that first sort of giddy eruption onto the market where they all of a sudden start needing structure. Well, disciplined agile will expose structuring options that they would absolutely need in order to survive, because they cannot go on in startup mode where everyone's doing everything and there's no internal communication, and the CEO is also washing the dishes. At one point they need to structure themselves. So the DA toolkit is a fantastic not just, and this ties into one thing that I've noticed. Every single team, every single organization I've ever worked with, when exposed to, the DA toolkit, the common thing, the most common comment I get is, wow, there are options here we didn't even realize were options. And that's part of what I meant by ripe for disruption as well, because the toolkit actually can disrupt slavish adherence to frameworks. So I'm kind of answering another question here. If Agile is ripe for disruption now after 25 years, what according to you would be the next technology after Agile? So I'm throwing in answers to both questions at once. So, and the answer to that one is, I've actually done some talks on this. Anti-fragility. Anti-fragility, and the weird word coined by Nassim Nicholas Taleb, the ability to thrive on disruption. So if business agility is the ability to react, anti-fragility is the ability to actually get ahead of the game. So I just wanted to throw that in. You can look up anti-fragility, look at the work of Taleb. It's a fascinating concept.
Thank you, Daniel. There is another question from Manmohan here. How Agile is implemented in projects where design and overall high-level schedule is finalized by the sponsor and is given to the PM in charter itself? So any of you can take it, Venkat?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so, well, I think this is also a good area to kind of prove that what is the best that you can get out of the door, right, within that schedule and within that timeline, right? So the thinking, right, so we cannot, as Daniel was saying, right, so would you want to kind of say, yeah, this doesn't work in Agile, right? You want to respond that way, or do you want to kind of go back and say, right, let us look at what is the best possible value with that we can deliver, right, given the budget and the timeline that we have, right, in a way that actually helps you to get the maximum impact and outcomes, right? So this kind of thinking, right, the Agile thinking to say, I think, right, all of us have, limited resources. Resources are always limited, right? So be it in terms of time or cost or whatever, right? So the thinking that what is the best value that you can, get out of the door, right, is what is aligned with, this philosophy that, the disciplined Agile philosophy, right? Look at what is the minimum business, minimum viable product, make sure that you're doing the right thing, and that should lead you into saying what is the minimum business increment, right, that you can get out, so that the cost of your investments is de-risked, right from the beginning, right? You should not realize, it should not so happen that, you realize quite late in the game that, yeah, you ended up spending effort on, whatever, and then you ended up doing the wrong thing. Right, so getting, making sure that, there are mechanisms, those milestones where you get actually, are you doing the right thing, right? Are you proven the architecture early, right? So these are some of the things that disciplined Agile advocates. So that you can, it's a de-risked approach, right? In the way that you actually plan and execute your, value delivery. I think this is a perfect example where it is actually not anti-Agile, right? It is actually in alignment with what Agile basically, proposes.
Okay, thanks a lot, Venkat. There is one question from Charkesh here. How is risk management addressed in Agile framework or DA, or disciplined Agile? Any thoughts on that, Brijesh?
Yeah. So I think, every agile framework or agile DA toolkit especially, DA supports three phases that start with the inception, construction, and the transition. And each phase is governed by the lightweight governance methodology. And those phases itself, light governance methodology itself, help us to de-risk. And it is kind of an organic risk management, So it started with the inception. You prove your architecture very early during the inception phase. That de-risk many things, and we define the stakeholder vision alignment during the inception phase. So this lightweight framework, lightweight governance methodology itself help us to minimize the risk at the greater extent. So every agile project, they have the organic risk management is a part of that. So team are collaborating and working together, and that way we can minimize the risk on organizations in the agile project.
Okay.
I hope I'm answering the question.
Yes, you are. Thanks, Mitesh, for that. So there are some questions. The definition of agile is different from organization to organization and operating method. How we as seniors should minimize this gap? So I think this question is about, we did talk about this. Agile is different from organization to organization and operating method. How we as seniors should minimize this gap, or do we really need to minimize the gap? As we discussed, Agile, it actually can be customized to the context, customized to the organization. It could differ from organization to organization, is what I feel. Any thoughts on that?
I agree. I think we should to do that. It's definitely each person's definition of agility is quite different, and it shows what you are focused on and what is most valuable to you as a person or as a team, as a business unit, or as an organization. So the moment you say that, okay, this is what agility is, then again you are putting it as as a definition or as a process rather than a framework.
Correct.
So whatever falls as a definition within the ambit of the principles and values, that just goes by it. So we shouldn't attempt to bring everything under a common umbrella.
Okay. Thank you, Jairam, on that. So here we have a question from Chandrasekhar. So as customers are becoming more tech savvy and their needs are increasing, in this change that they are undergoing, there are expectations to reduce their TCO or getting more for less. So in this scenario, how should organization plan to accommodate these need of customer by making changes internally and driving this among their fellow employees? Is my question clear?
Yeah.
Bit lengthy question. Basically, he's asking about the customers are becoming more tech savvy and the changes are increasing, and obviously the TCO are getting more for less is the expectation of the current times. So in this scenario, how should organization plan to accommodate these needs of customer by making changes internally? So he's suggesting what kind of changes an organization should put in place to accommodate these needs of customers.
Yeah, I can probably respond with my views. Yeah, sure. So this is absolutely the need of the hour anyway, right? So this is an opportunity for the organization to look inside and see, where is the waste that is happening, right? And if an organization looks at it very closely, it may be a surprising revelation that there is a lot of optimization that you can do within your own internal processes. Tremendous amount of opportunities to optimize, right? So even if you do a simple value stream mapping, right, and then see what is the value added versus non-value added ratio, right, for all that you do for your customers, I'm sure it will be a big revelation and tremendous opportunities for you to kind of cut down cost. Right, and that is anyway a good thing because you are getting leaner, right, and fitter, obviously, and also explore opportunities where you are doing things which can be done by tools, by automation, right. So once you do that, right, obviously, this is a great opportunity for you to make your systems more lean, more efficient, and deploy those resources, right, for something more meaningful, right? And because there is no way, because we said, right, we have to continuously stay relevant to our customers. If we don't do that, somebody else will, right? And by the very process of actually becoming lean, you're actually, you're getting benefited in the process, right? And make a significant difference to your customers. Optimization, tremendous opportunities. There are a lot of techniques that are available out, right, which we all are familiar with. Apply them, apply, tools, apply technology to actually automate things which are repeated, right? And deploy those precious resources to do something more meaningful for your customers.
Okay.
Yes, just to add on to it, another important element to look at is the moment when you see a customer talking about TCO means the level of transparency between the effort being put and the value being delivered. There is a gap, right? Otherwise, they will not talk about TCO. So if you are able to maintain the transparency between what is being delivered versus what effort is being put within the organization, and what you are delivering as value from your side, is it actually of value to the customer? If these two questions are answered, in addition to whatever Venkat said, I think it will make it more meaningful, and customer would understand that the money he is actually spending on is providing value to them. So that's an add-on point.
Right here. Yep. Thanks for that. So let's take one last question. I think there are a lot of questions pouring in my WhatsApp group here. So one last question will close the discussion. Sandeep is asking, as organizations are becoming business-centric and changing ways of working, what proposition DA offers for continuous innovation and creativity? I think we talked about the importance of continuous innovation and creativity, but at the same time, being customer-centric, we talked about in the similar line, we talked about customer-centric and now business-centric. So wherein obviously we are changing our ways of working. So what is the proposition DA is offering in this scenario for continuous innovation and creativity? If Brijesh, you can talk about it. You mentioned about innovation.
Yeah. So that is a great question. In fact, and as we mentioned, one thing I want to clear is business agility is all about, organization ability to respond to the change. Okay. So customer centricity on the core for that, So if you want, and Agile is built on 3 pillars, like inspect and adapt, and the transparency. So if you can connect all together, and then you put your people on
your voice is breaking in between. If you can switch off your video and talk, let's see. Can you speak now? Is it only to me? Okay, I think he's having some issues. So, Daniel, any thoughts on that? How DA enables innovation and creativity?
Yes, I do have some thoughts that are related to what Brijesh had started, but it broke up, so I'm not sure I'm on exactly the same track. But I'll go with my response to that. The thing about innovation is that the more people you have innovating, the more you'll get innovation. And the way to get more people innovating is to give them agency. So agency is beyond empowerment. Empowerment can be taken back by a paternalistic management. Once you've actually achieved agency and people have intrinsic motivation to contribute to the organization's development, they will bring their heart and soul. They will bring full engagement to the table. So once you achieve, and again, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, this goes back to absolute psychological safety and working with the culture and not imposing. So DA, if you've been on a DA journey, basically, where you're creating your own way of working and respecting your own context, then you will have along the way created this safety, which culminates in challenger safety, which is when you get into the innovation zone where everyone feels that they have not only the right, but almost a duty to share all of their ideas freely and transparently in a collaborative spirit. Innovation comes from using every mind, every brain in your team, not just that of a small innovation team. And Discipline Agile fosters this by creating safety, by respecting culture and context.
Perfect, Daniel. I think that's a summary statement as well, how DA can enable innovation and creativity. So thanks a lot, gentlemen. I think there are a lot of questions. I request participants to be in touch with the panelists. So they will be available in the session. So you can write a question to them, or you can pass it on to us, and we will definitely share and try to answer the questions. And there is an Ask an Expert session as well down the line. Now, if there are some specific questions about certifications that I explained before the session, so that we can definitely discuss during that session, the Ask an Expert session. But if any specific questions related to this panel discussion, yes, you can write it to us, and we'll pass it on to the panelists. So, but otherwise, it's a very engaging discussion, all four of you. Thank you very much for your valuable time today.
Yeah, thanks, Venkat, for the opportunity.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks to my fellow panelists.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. Yeah, Daniel. Thank you.
Over to you, Kritika.
Yeah.
Very insightful conversation. I'm sure all of you have plenty of takeaways as much as I did.
Your voice is low, Kritika.
Yeah, Bhaskar, continue. Venkat, continue.
No, I'm saying Kritika's voice is low. You can go ahead, Kritika.
Yes, okay. In your honor, a cluster of saplings have been planted.
Yeah, that's a wonderful gesture. Thank you so much for the nature. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jairam, and thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Venkat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brajesh.
Break now, so please go ahead and grab your favorite beverage and come back soon in 10 minutes. We still have many engaging keynotes coming up, so फिर मिलेंगे break के बाद.
Mic test here. Can you hear me? This is Mark.
Yes, we can.
You're audible.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Yes.
Yes.
To deliver the most awaited keynote of the day, we have with us the co-creator of Disciplined Agile Toolkit. In his quarter of a century experience, he has delivered projects successfully using Agile, Lean, and hybrid approaches. He has led to the chartering of organizational transformation and helped continuously deliver value. Please join me in welcoming Mark Lyons to our region. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I need the ability to be able to share, please. All right. Let's get this up. Can you just confirm that you can see my screen? Yes?
Yes, we can.
All right,
yes,
thank you. Let's get started. Yeah, I'm Mark Lyons, speaking to you very early in the morning from Calgary, Canada, and I'm one of the co-creators of the Discipline Agile Toolkit with Scott Ambler. So I'm going to share with you, if you're familiar with DA, some of this will be a review, but I'll also give you some updates about what is going on and what you can expect from us in the future. I'll talk about where DA came from, a deeper dive into what it is, and again, a bit about the futures. So thank you all for joining me today. So first of all, what is Discipline Agile and where did it come from? Back in 2009, Scott was the chief methodologist of Agile and Lean for IBM worldwide. So quite a responsibility there. And Scott was kind of responsible for, what is IBM's position on Agile? And he very quickly realized that the guidance that we get from Scrum simply isn't enough to get the job done. Scrum is amazing. It's at the heart of the Discipline Agile Toolkit. It's one of our approaches. But clearly, a 14-page Scrum guide is not enough guidance for us to get the job done. So we needed something more robust. We needed something more disciplined. And what people typically start with is they start with some kind of kernel of a framework or a method such as Scrum or extreme programming. But they quickly realize that they need other guidance in other areas. What are different types of requirements modeling techniques that go beyond user stories, as an example? And I'll talk a little bit about that later. Different types of testing, automated, manual, different ways of forming teams. If you're going to do estimating, there are many different ways of estimating, and which one makes sense. So recognizing we needed more guidance, he came up with this idea of Discipline Agile Delivery. 2010, Scott asked me to work with him to write our first book, and in 2012 we published the first book on Discipline Agile Delivery, and as they say, the rest is history. In 2014, we expanded the scope beyond building high-performance teams to include guidance around DevOps, and not classic continuous delivery kind of DevOps, which is good, but some people work in situations where you have to take a different approach to DevOps. So what does enterprise DevOps really mean? So we built out some content on that. We then expanded the scope to all of IT to talk about agile PMOs and product management, program management, etc. In 2017, we took the scope to the entire enterprise. So let's talk a little bit about that. What does business agility mean to us in Disciplined Agile? It goes far beyond IT. And 2019, last August, we became part of the PMI family. We were acquired, and we're absolutely thrilled to be part of PMI. PMI is respected as the world-class place to go for all things project management. It's a place for project managers to grow their careers, build their skills, build their community and network. And because of the credibility of the certifications, typically, and data shows that people with a PMI certification are better compensated for their knowledge and skills and experience. And from a Discipline Agile perspective, it's a beautiful fit for us because we aspire to be the same thing. We're agnostic. We work with any method or framework. So it's a beautiful fit with the not-for-profit PMI organization. And also in 2020, we are in the process of integrating this great content from Al Shalaway that you heard from in terms of how do you optimize Agile at scale. And he's got some great content called Flex, and we're integrating that into the DA toolkit so that we, as Daniel said, whether you're a small company of 12 people or you're 90,000 employees, DA can help. It's size agnostic. Okay, so what is DA? As I think you all know by now, having listened to these presentations, it's a toolkit. It's not a framework. We used to call it a framework, by the way, but in some places, frameworks have kind of developed a bad reputation. And we're more like a set of ingredients. We're a set of practices, a set of strategies that you can plug in. You can cherry pick the ones that make sense for you to make whatever approach you're currently working better, to improve our ways of working. And what you can see here is a visual depiction of this is just several dozen of the literally thousands of practices that are out there. And Scott and I, people ask what competes with Discipline Agile? Well, there really is nothing else like it. It really is unique. Nobody else has gone out there and literally read the 100 books and pulled together the practices into one cohesive set of practices, well organized for reference, so that you don't have to read the 100 books and you don't have to get a dozen certifications. You can sort of come to one place to learn essentially the Wikipedia of Agile, if you will. You see on this picture, there's Scott, myself, and Al Shalloway. So our CEO, Sunil, likes to think of DA as kind of an umbrella over all of Agile. Methods and frameworks will come and go, which are simply an assembly of these practices. I remember I used to teach something called the Rational Unified Process, or RUP, you may have heard of it, and it used to be the thing. It used to be the method, and now nobody talks about it. We've moved on, and we took the best bits of RUP and left some of the bits that weren't so good behind, and we've assembled new methods and frameworks over the years. So an investment in learning the underlying practices will serve you well as we continue to evolve over the years. And as you can see here, the Choose Your Wow book is a significant body of knowledge. This is our Disciplined Agile Delivery Guidance, our body of knowledge, if you will. And technically what it is a rewrite of the first book. Our first book, Disciplined Agile Delivery, based on 10 years of experience and learning from what's gone on in the field, and we continue to discover and evolve new practices and strategies, we decided to rewrite the book, and instead of calling it Disciplined Agile Delivery Second Edition, we decided to go with something a bit more sexy called Choose Your Wow, Choose Your Way of Working. And you can contrast this very significant body of knowledge to the Scrum Guide. Clearly, it's a lot more guidance. But again, this is not a criticism of Scrum. Scrum is amazing, but clearly it's not enough to get the job done. And by the way, Scrum is great in many, if not most situations, but in some situations, Scrum is actually an incredibly bad idea. There are much better approaches to being Agile. So it's really nice, if you know what's in the toolkit, that you have a selection of techniques, and I'm going to tell you a bit more about that as we go. As you may have heard, we used to talk about the Disciplined Agile Manifesto, which was an improvement on the existing Agile Manifesto, but we've decided to sort of talk about things, our mindset in a different way, principles, promises, and guidelines. And we could do an entire webinar just on the principles, promises, guidelines. I'm just going to cherry pick a few of my favorites. I really love the way we're describing the DA mindset these days. In terms of principles, again, I'll just talk about a couple because that's all we have time for. But it starts with delighting customers. Why are we doing this? The journey starts with customers, it ends with customers, it's end-to-end value streams. That has to be top of our mind. But how do we do that? Well, it would be awesome. And this is where investing in learning the tools that are in the toolkit will help you to be awesome. And because Agile wants us to focus on value-add activities and strip out the waste, it means the stuff that we're doing adds value, and we feel good about that, and that makes us happier. And because we're focusing on activities that add value, we are more efficient, we build better quality, and our teams are happier. And because we're delivering better stuff, guess what? Our customers are happier too. And this is this virtuous cycle of us getting better and them being happier. This is what being awesome is all about. And the way we can be awesome is recognizing that context counts and adjusting our approach depending on our situation. And not being purist, but being pragmatic and realizing that Agile is not black and white. It's shades of gray. Sometimes you will need to do things that aren't classically Agile in order to get the job done in the interest of being pragmatic. So it's having that freedom to do what makes sense is a good part of DA. And choice is good. We have a variety of life cycles or starter recipes or methods, if you will. So it's nice to have choice. I'll move on to the promises. And I love the very first one, creating psychological safety and embracing diversity. Diversity makes us stronger, absolutely. And we really, if we do this properly, we should be able to accelerate the value realization that our customers receive, accelerate that value delivery, and absolutely improving predictability is an outcome of this done properly. And in terms of guidelines, I'll talk about the create environments that foster joy. This is a really big part of my passion is I love my job because I've been able to see over the years going into organizations where morale is bad, quality is bad, productivity is bad, customers are unhappy with IT, and seeing how DA can make a difference. And it goes well beyond IT. If you do this properly and you help other parts of the organization, they will be awesome as well. They will be more agile. They will be happier. And this is really creating an environment that fosters joy. The new role of managers these days is to be more like leaders and to create these environments that foster joy. And related to that is you don't change the culture by changing people. Many times you have great people. Most times you have great people stuck in a bad system. So change the system, don't change the people. So this is some of the guidelines we follow. So moving on here to the scope of disciplined agile, we've taken some of the content, the basic content, and we factored it out of disciplined agile delivery into a foundational layer. And I just talked about principles, promises, and guidelines. There's the basics around agile approaches, lean approaches. Maybe it might, because we're pragmatic, it may make sense to tap some aspects of serial or waterfall traditional development if it makes sense. It's good to have choice. We talk about structures of teams and the roles and techniques for improving your way of working. So that's a kind of a foundational layer. And at the next layer of what we like to call the square onion, because it has layers in this kind of square. The next layer up is the disciplined DevOps. And this is a combination of the delivery aspects of it, delivering increments of consumable solutions. But what good is it if I can deliver a feature every day, or I can produce a feature every day, but I can only deliver it once a quarter? That's not particularly agile from my perspective. So we need to get good at these other aspects. How do we deliver this frequently? How do we monitor it, support it, recover it, and make sure that we do this in a secure manner? This is what DevOps is about. And I encourage you to stick around after my talk, because my co-founder, Scott, is going to be doing a talk specifically on this topic, DevOps, and I think you'll really enjoy our view of what DevOps is all about. And now we need to think about not just the IT perspective, but the end-to-end value stream. And these days, I've been telling stories about a previous engagement where I was working with one of the largest pizza companies in the world. And they adopted Disciplined Agile, and they changed the business to support an end-to-end value stream. And when you think about ordering pizza, the value stream starts when I take out my mobile app and pick a pizza. And then there's many things that happen on the way to actually getting the pizza to my door and me actually enjoying being delighted by that pizza. And a lot of it's IT. You may have an Uber driver involved, and somewhere along the lines there's payment that has to be collected. So that is what the end-to-end value streams are. So we need to be agile in areas outside of IT. And what you see here, these hexes, we call them process blades. Really important to understand that this is not a structural view of an organization. This is not an organizational structure. It merely is the process blades are the place where the content lives. So if you think about double-clicking on any of these process blades, that's where you would find the guidance for each of these areas. And then at this outermost layer, we have to think about agility for the enterprise. So now think about the top, second from the top, people management or HR or people operations, whatever you call it. HR really does need to change to be able to support agile organizations. And I'll tell you a story about that a little bit later on. So we have guidance in all these different areas. And I'll tell you where we're going to go with this when I get into talking about the future of DA. So how can DA help us? So very quickly, I'm going to talk about the three core value propositions of Disciplined Agile. And the first and most fundamental is we need to improve the skills of our team. We need to upskill our teams. And it's as simple as that. I sometimes say that if you're an organization and you're a PMO and you're going to trust a multi-million-dollar project to a traditional team, you're probably going to want a PMP leading that team. You're going to want a properly trained and experienced project manager. Why is it that when we have a couple of $1 million initiative that's being delivered with using an agile approach, that we don't have the same level of expectations in terms of skills and experience? Many times, these mission-critical large initiatives are given to somebody who maybe has taken a 2-day certification. They have no experience. They don't understand what risk management is. They don't understand what governance is. And is it any surprise that things go poorly and the project is not successful? It's not the individual's fault. It's that we haven't set the expectation that people should, before they take responsibility for these critical projects, that they're properly skilled. So this is what we provide with DA. We're on a mission to raise the bar in terms of what we should expect in terms of skills and experience on the Agile side. I like to think of our certification as the PMP of Agile. So better skills, will lead to better results. And the value proposition number 2 is that we need to go beyond IT. And that was the square onion that I just showed you, extending agility up into the entire organization. And then number 3 is that if you're in a situation where you have many teams building one solution, so if you're using something like SAFe to do Agile at scale with several hundred people delivering one solution, which is the use case for SAFe, you may be doing well or you may be struggling. And you can use the DA toolkit specifically to flex content to help you improve that flow so that you can get the best out of the framework if that's your approach. So if you're doing, and I say if, you need to use a scale framework, then Flex can help you to be more effective. I want to talk a little bit about a couple of case studies here. One is Barclays. Barclays has been doing Discipline Agile around the world. At last count, they had over 1,200 teams using DA. That's not people, that's teams, 1,200 teams all around the world. Scott and I have worked with a gentleman named Jonathan Smart in the UK who was responsible for their worldwide transformation using DA. And so we traveled around the world with John to help him do that. And those teams might not self-identify as disciplined agile teams. They may say, well, we're using SAFe, or we're using Less, or we're using Scrum, or we're using Lean. And that's fine, because that's the spirit of DA. But what you will find is that each of those teams are using aspects from the DA toolkit. As an example, all the teams have architecture owners, which you may know is a role from DA. You can think of them as kind of a technical lead to make sure that all the teams worldwide are on the same page regarding the technical approaches, the technical strategies, minimizing technical debt, living within the guardrails, if you will, that Barclays would expect them to work within. And the person responsible in the team for doing that is an architecture owner, and an AO comes from Discipline Agile. So they've been very successful. John talks about the transformation that Barclays is the largest and fastest transformation of its size ever done. And so it's really cool that he's used DA as the base. Another example is an insurance company in Canada called the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia, or ICBC. They do driver's licensing and registration for the province of British Columbia. It's a government organization. And they use DA to completely change this government organization. And it is also a union shop, by the way. And myself and several coaches from our previous company, Discipline Agile, went in and did the training. They all got trained on Discipline Agile and got certified. And then we redesigned the teams. We even worked with HR to recreate new job profiles so that people could become more generalizing specialists, so they could break out of their silos and be given the freedom to be most effective regardless of whether they're an analyst, a tester, or a developer. Anyway, tremendously successful story in a government situation. And you can find out more information about this. I encourage you to go to PMI.org, Discipline Agile, and take a look under the resources menu. There's a success stories, a new success stories page. And off that page is a link to the ICBC case study. And listen to Gary Eastwood, the CIO, tell the story of how Disciplined Agile really made a difference for them. So let's take a deeper dive. Let's peel back this onion and show you a little bit about the inside of what's inside the toolkit. And we talk about building consumable solutions in Disciplined Agile delivery. So what you see here is the DevOps layer that Scott is going to talk about shortly. And I'm going to double click into the Disciplined Agile delivery part, where we talk about building consumable solutions, not just working software, because it's more than that. And within the Disciplined Agile delivery part, we have different life cycles. So you can think of them as methods. And it's nice to have choice, isn't it? You have two that are based on Agile. Underneath the covers, that is Scrum-based. That is to say, they have iterations or sprints. They have little time boxes. That is what's specific about the Agile lifecycle. And you might say, why didn't we call it the Scrum lifecycle? Well, because it's more than Scrum. There might be some stuff from Agile modeling, Agile data, extreme programming, maybe some lean governance. But collectively, what's consistent about the Agile life cycles is that they are Scrum-based, iteration, or sprint-based. And we have a project-based version, if you will, where we go through a number of sprints before we actually deliver something. And we also have a continuous delivery, where we would expect to ship that at the end of every single sprint. So we have different flavors of these things. And we have a lean approach, and we have a continuous delivery flavor of the lean. The continuous delivery of the lean, you might think of the Amazon model, where I'm building, delivering, building, delivering, building, delivering. and using a lean Kanban approach to pull the work as I had the capacity to deliver it. And what you can see at the bottom here in the middle is a little conveyor belt to indicate that we're rapidly delivering value. We have an exploratory approach if you're very similar to lean startup. If you need to explore a market, make a smaller investment and determine that there's a real market need before you increase your investment. That's the exploratory approach. And then we have a program approach very similar to SAFE, where you have multiple teams delivering one solution. And we don't have time to go into each of those 6 life cycles right now. Nice to have choice, context counts, but I want to show you a couple just to show you the contrast between them. This is the Agile life cycle. Many organizations start with this in their Agile journey based upon Scrum, but this is like a more robust Scrum. And I like to think of this as kind of a project approach. By the way, there's project approaches and there's product-based approaches. There seems to be a big movement out there about moving from project to product, and I get that, and it completely makes sense if you're in a position to move your value streams to thinking about regular releases of something and structuring your organization like a product organization. I got this book right here, From Project to Product by Mick Kirsten, great book. I completely believe in that approach, but we need to understand that sometimes it's a project. You might have an initiative to do something and bring in a vendor, somebody like Infosys, to come in and build something over 6 months. So you create a team or a set of teams, you decide what you're going to build, you build it, and then at the end you deliver it, and then you finish the project and disband the teams. That can still happen. So for people who say everything's a product, I think that's a bit naive. It's nice to have both approaches in your toolkit, and this is more of a project-based approach where we're not delivering until, so it's a new application and we don't have enough functionality, frankly, to deliver until we go through a number of sprints, and then there's one delivery at the end. Then you might roll in to a continuous delivery version of this, where after you've got that initial version live, you deliver a new feature every 2 weeks. So this is what we're talking about here. And in this kind of approach, yes, we've got 3 phases: inception, construction, and transition. Because we may want to do, if we have to deliver something 6 months from now because it's a government regulation and that date can't move, then maybe I better spend a bit more time up front understanding what needs are, doing some estimating to make sure that I have the appropriate resourcing and skills and teams available to actually get the job done with some contingency in there. So I invest a bit more time up front in the planning than you would normally do in an Agile initiative in the interest of being pragmatic. And for that, we have an inception phase. Now, if you don't need to do what I just said, then you don't need the phases. So please understand, the phases are there if you need them. Ideally, you don't need them and you don't use them. But choice is good and context counts, and be pragmatic. And underneath the phases, you can see there are milestones. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this. This is governance. I'll talk a little bit about this in a second. But the other life cycle I want to show you is an example of continuous delivery. This is the Amazon model. We don't have sprints. We maybe prioritize the work into pools rather than a unique backlog that you would see within Scrum. And I pull work based on my capability to do it. And I might rank the work by business value, stuff that has to be done by a certain date, maybe production fixes that have to be expedited. And I pull work and I build it, I test it, I ship it, maybe perhaps many times a day. So that's a different way of doing things. Nice to have choice. So let's talk a little bit about lean governance here. Governance is baked into DA. Think of it as a starter set of governance. You don't have to use it, but you don't have to figure the stuff out for yourself. It's been done before. Governance does not need to be bureaucratic. You need to have governance, but it should be lightweight. Governance can simply be places to have conversations about the health of the project. Those conversations could occur during demos at the end of sprints, and might be a great place for you to update the stakeholders at the demo on how the project is going. So we've got a starter set, if you will, of milestones that you may wish to use in your project. We often see people supplement these with their own internal milestones. As an example, maybe a security audit to make sure that there's no security vulnerabilities in what we're building. That might be inserted into your timeline at some point. The governance is baked in. A deeper dive into the content. We have these goals, and we organize them by phase so they're easy to find. And you have things like forming team. And I'm going to take a look at one called Explore Scope. Now, behind each goal, we have a goal diagram. And what you see here is these are things that we may wish to use when we understand the scope of the solution that we're building to supplement our user stories. If we've been to a Scrum course, we've been taught about user stories, but you know what? Sometimes you're going to be in more complex situations where a few sentences to describe the functionality and conversations just isn't enough. So how do I supplement my stories? What are my techniques? Well, you have here 40-some diagrammatic and textual techniques that you could use to supplement your user stories. And the ones that are bolded are good ones to start with if you want to use one from one of these categories. And the ones that have an arrow beside it indicate an ordered list, where the choices at the top are generally better, generally more agile than the choices at the bottom. And as Daniel said in the previous panel, a lot of people don't even know what these choices are. They've never heard of them before. So by investing some time to learn the toolkit, we all become more knowledgeable, more effective. Our retrospectives are more productive when we understand techniques that are available to us. As an example, and by the way, for each of these in the toolkit, one of the reasons our book is 400 pages is because we have definition for each of these, references to where you can find more information, and then trade-offs to help you understand where these things might help you so that you can cherry pick the ones to help you out. As an example, persona. Personas are textual modeling technique that can help you build empathy for your users so you can build a better user experience. And a lot of people never even heard of them before. So right away you take a workshop and you become more effective. So how can DA help us provide value? I'm going to wrap up shortly and then we'll have a few minutes for questions. So success doesn't come from adopting a prescriptive framework such as Scrum or SAFe, although it may be a good start. We have to observe that competitive organizations take responsibility for evolving their own agility. You don't become competitive by copying somebody else's approach. You can start with Scrum, you can start with SAFe, you can copy some ideas from Spotify, but that's just a start. If you copy Spotify and paste it into your organization and think you're done, you're not done. You're doing Agile the way a Swedish online music company did Agile about 8 years ago. So you're definitely not being competitive. We need to understand how to create our own bespoke approach. And how do we do that? Traditional continuous improvement is like a Kaizen loop where I might be in a retrospective and saying, you know what, we didn't delight our customers, how can we get better? That's the problem. Well, we think about ways to improve techniques, we try something, we assess how it worked, and if it worked, if it made us better, we keep it, and if it doesn't, we abandon it, maybe we share our learning round and round. That's classic continuous improvement. But the problem is a lot of people don't know which process experiments to try. They're kind of floundering around trying to figure it out. They may have a coach helping them, but they fail a lot on their journey to learning. And this is calling failing fast, which is a good idea. The quicker we fail, the quicker we learn, the quicker we get better. But failing still is expensive and it takes time. What if we could actually get better at choosing solutions that actually fit for our context? And this is the value of the TA toolkit. And you can do this with a coach, but they're hard to find, they're expensive, and what happens when they're not around? And here's a novel idea. What if everybody on the team understood those techniques, not just the coach? You can have much more effective retrospectives as a result. And so in the bottom right here, we talk about continuous improvement. This is what we call guided continuous improvement, giving you solutions to your problems that are similar to the context that you currently face. So this is how it works. You quickly exhaust the guidance in whatever framework you're using or Scrum. Then what? How do you improve? Well, you could do classic continuous improvement and improve over time, or you could use guided and continuous improvement, which really accelerates your learning. So the point here is that you do not need to stop whatever you're doing. Doing BA is not disruptive. This is the beautiful thing about it. Regardless of what you're currently doing, if you're doing SAFe, you're doing Scrum, start where you are. Do the best that you can in your situation. Always strive to get better. So it's not disruptive. You can layer in DA on whatever you're currently doing. So lastly, I'm going to talk a little bit about our new certification program. And this is an example of a job ad where, and this is very new. It's about 6 weeks ago. I discovered this, that somebody was looking for a senior Scrum Master. And this is why I'm so excited about our new certification program, folks, is that this is what hiring managers are looking for. Our certification team did an outstanding job of doing research and talking to hiring managers. And what they told us over and over again is that there are thousands and thousands of Scrum Masters out there. But remember my story about a mission critical project? They want to find somebody who is experienced managing complex, complicated situations using Scrum. somebody who has experience, somebody who understands, the toolkit and all the different strategies. They're looking for senior Scrum Masters. And I got a kick out of this particular ad because they're actually looking for people who are familiar with Disciplined Agile. So thinking about that, that is why we relaunched our certification program earlier this year, and the Scrum Master are the core of the new certifications. It's because people are looking for them. And this is going to be really valuable for you because managers are looking for senior Scrum Masters. And those of you who know DA know that we're agnostic. Inside the toolkit, we still talk about team leads rather than Scrum Masters. So you can call it whatever you want. You can call this a Scrum Master, a team lead, an Agile project manager. It doesn't matter. It really is a team lead. But from the market's perspective, they're not looking for team leads. They're looking for Scrum Masters. So this will become extremely valuable for you. The intro cert is the DA Scrum Master if you're new to Agile. And this is a great Scrum certification because it's not only Scrum, it also teaches you some aspects of Lean and also introduces you to the toolkit. So if you're new to Agile, that would be the place to start. The ACT program is not going away. We're not going to change it. It's a very valuable certification. If you have it, you should be proud of it. But we want, as I said, similar to traditional project management where we've got a career-long learning journey and new other certifications, we're providing the same thing on the Agile side. You've got a place to grow. What's next? Well, we've got this. We now have the Senior Scrum Master cert. This is, we believe, the world-class Scrum Master certification that teaches you how to deal with complicated projects, how to coordinate between multiple Agile teams, and how to work with other aspects of the organization to help them become Agile. And you can go directly there, by the way. If you have an SPC, if you have a CSM, you can go directly. This is Senior Scrum Master. You might have to do a little bit of homework on DA prior to entering the class because if people who have taken the DASM will have that DA knowledge. So do a little bit of homework on DA and you can go directly into the Senior Scrum Master certification. And then the advanced ones that are coming in the spring of this year, we're recreating our DA coach. It really is going to be a world-class enterprise coach, not just a team coach. And then the work that Al Shalloway talked about at Flex, coming up with a value stream consultant certification for optimizing value streams, a very advanced certification. So those are coming in the spring. And some of these process blades that you see here, we don't yet have content for. We will. So what you'll see as an example for marketing, you'll take a day or two of foundational content at the bottom here, and then a day or two of Agile marketing, and collectively you would be able to become like an Agile marketing specialist. So this is we have some of the content in these process blades, but many of them we don't, and that's what we're going to be doing over the next few years is building out micro certs around those other areas. Also, Al will have told you what we're doing with Flex. We're coming out with a value stream consultant, and this is really a value stream. Starts with the customer, ends with the customer. It's much more about flow than top down that you might see when you look at particular frameworks. So more content about this coming out shortly. So in summary, success doesn't come from adopting a prescriptive framework or methodology such as Scrum or SAFe, but it's a great place to start. For true business agility, we need to choose our own Agile way of working, optimizing for a unique situation. NDA is a rich, comprehensive, and well-organized toolkit. It brings a disciplined, agnostic, professional, enterprise approach to Agile, which is what our industry has been lacking in the past. And finally, understanding what your options are and which ones work in different contexts, it will lead to better decisions lead to better outcomes. For more information, there's lots of places to go here. If you don't have it already, I provide the slides for you. Go to pmi.org/discipline-agile, where you can find success stories that I told you about, information about the certifications. We're going to be adding a lot more content to that site over the next few months, so watch for that. If you're looking for training, you can go to disciplineagileconsortium.org/ or just go to there and you'll see a button here for find training. Yeah, and we're going to be moving the calendar from that website over to pmi.org, where you'll find the schedule of all the classes. Likely that will be happening in January, next month. But for now, that's where those courses are scheduled if you want to look for one, or just Google Disciplined Agile Training and you'll find it. And I just want to give a shout out here. There are something like 20 plus training partners in India now that can teach DA. So local training is going to be more cost competitive. You should be able to get very well priced DA workshops taught out of India, which we think is a wonderful thing. We're so excited to be part of PMI now with 300 chapters around the world that everybody's waking up to what DA is. And they're like, where have you been? We were just a little Canadian company, and now we're part of this worldwide organization, and we're really seeing the excitement build around DA, and conferences like this are being scheduled as a result. So thank you very much. If you do Twitter, I'm on Twitter, and if there's time, I believe we have a few minutes for questions. I'll turn it back to the moderator. Hello?
So we do have questions. Sairam, can you ask the questions, please? If you have these questions.
The question we are going to ask the questions together to Mark and Scott in a few minutes from now in the Ask the Experts session. So I would suggest the moderator, to invite Scott to, give his address.
Okay, well, I can look at the chat.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for sharing the past, present, and the future of DA. We have two key takeaways for us. One is how to make our teams awesome, and two, how to delight our customers through dependable delivery and accelerated value realization. And as mentioned, sir, we have plenty of questions for you. We will take them up in the Ask the Expert session.
That sounds great.
And in your honor, a cluster of few saplings have been planted.
Thank you very much. And thank you for everyone who attended. I really appreciate you being here.
Okay, so thanks, Mark. If the moderator could give me the ability to share my screen,
yes,
I can get going.
Yes, sir. For the next keynote, we have with us the other creator of DA Toolkit. He's an expert in agile modeling and agile data methodologies. Only a few months managed to get a seat in his workshops on enterprise architecture, agile architecture skills, and many more. He's very popular across the globe with his blogs and keynotes, and I am one of the followers too. Please join me in welcoming Scott Ambler to our region. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen here, and we'll get going. Okay, so as Mark indicated earlier, I'm going to do a deeper dive into DevOps and walk you through why it's important and why you should consider it. So as you heard, I'm along with Mark, I was one of the co-creators of the Discipline Agile Toolkit, and I'm currently the VP and Chief Scientist of the Toolkit. And basically, I lead up the IP team, the think tank, I guess, behind the Toolkit at PMI. So what would I like to talk about? I can do a phenomenally brief overview of the toolkit. Mark just did a great job of that, so I only do one slide to just sort of put things, what I'm going to talk about, into context. Then I'm going to do a deep dive into Discipline DevOps, and I'll walk through why having the freedom of choice and why it's important to be able to choose your own way of working is critical to your success at DevOps as well as at other aspects of the way that you work, just as Mark was talking about earlier. So Mark just did a great overview of the toolkit, and we've heard from other speakers over the last couple of days as well. So what I want to talk about is the Discipline DevOps portion of the toolkit, and in many ways, my experience and my belief and what I've seen in many organizations is that DevOps is basically table stakes now for the vast majority of organizations. We certainly saw this with COVID. Many organizations struggled to support remote workers for a while. They struggled because their infrastructure wasn't in place, and they had to very quickly move on that. And it was because in many ways, they hadn't invested in their technical infrastructure and including their DevOps infrastructure. So I'm gonna work through what disciplined DevOps should mean to you in an enterprise class situation. So many people think of DevOps as this, and this is certainly the way that DevOps started out 10, 15 years ago now. And a lot of people still communicate what DevOps is with the this infinite loop, and that's great. It's really the streamlining of software development and operations, and which is fine. That's a good starting point, but we've learned over the years that this is only a starting point, and that there's far more to DevOps than just this. So this is wonderful. But we need to do more, and particularly in an enterprise class situation. So, what's the DevOps mindset? What is new about DevOps? Why is DevOps different than the previous approach of keeping development and operations issues separate from each other, which actually many regulations still sort of imply, which is unfortunate in many ways. But luckily, people are reinterpreting the regulations and updating the regulations as well, of course, to reflect this new way of working, this reality that we actually are experiencing in organizations now. So, with a DevOps mindset, we want to streamline the end-to-end workflow, and this is critical. And this is something that we've actually adopted as part of the mindset of Disciplined Agile in general, but certainly this is true in DevOps as well. We're going to reduce the feedback cycle. We need to have flexible, skilled people. Something called generalizing specialists, sometimes called T-skilled people, but really it's really an E-skilled or a comb-shaped person, where you have at least a general understanding of the overall process, the overall way of working, and then deep skills in one or more topics that for whatever reasons that you enjoy. We want to standardize the infrastructure as well. This can be new to, particularly new to Agile people. When we take a look at the Amazons and the Facebooks of the world, who have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of servers, the only way they can pull that off is to have standardized infrastructure and standardized ways of working and interfaces and good stuff like that. So it really, we really do need to up our maturity in the way that we work as well, and to pay down our technical debt to improve quality. And have standardized development guidelines. We'll standardize guidelines in general. But, and there's this other interesting philosophy in the DevOps world. If you build it, you should probably run it and support it and evolve it, so that people stay with the product. And earlier, Mark was talking about the product versus project mindset. And this is one of the reasons why we see the product mindset and approach being more effective and more popular, particularly in the IT space, but certainly outside of IT as well. It's because we're getting better results with those sorts of teams. And, the workers are more mature, and they are better skilled and more effective, and are better at delighting their customers. So, the initial DevOps mindset, that figure eight, that infinite loop thing I just showed you is wonderful. It's a bunch of great stuff, but it's also missing a few topics. So, for example, what about security? And this is what DevSecOps is all about. What about the business? How does the business fit into this overall picture? The people that we're supposed to be serving, the customers. So this is what Biz DevOps is all about. What about data? Data analytics and data management and databases and data evolution and paying down technical debt in our data space. All absolutely critical. So where does that fit in? And then, of course, what about scaling? So, doing DevOps when you're a single team or just a couple teams, that's pretty easy. But how do you do release management when you have hundreds of teams? Earlier, Mark was talking about Barclays, which had over 1,000, 1,200, or some very large number of Disciplined Agile teams in flight, and this requires a little bit of coordination and support to pull that off. Otherwise, you're going to be wasteful of money, and certainly you would run huge risks around teams stepping on each other's feet and blowing each other out of the water. So you need to really coordinate that, and of course automate the living heck out of everything. How do you do support across hundreds or thousands of systems or solutions in the marketplace? And The you build it, you run it, you support it mentality is great, but as an end user, as a customer, how do I know who to talk to when I have a problem with a system of Barclays, right? I don't know who to go. I've got to go through some sort of a help desk mechanism, perhaps to get supported. And then, of course, and how do we do IT operations and business operations across hundreds or thousands of systems, and supporting potentially hundreds of millions of customers in some cases? Those are important issues, and we need to take those into account. And this is what discipline DevOps is all about. How do we build an infrastructure that will actually support, including our way of working, that will actually support these real-world enterprise-class needs that we actually face? So let's build up to it. Let's see what that means. So DevSecOps, so how does security fit in? So right away, once again, Mark showed us the, overviewed this concept of process blades. These hexes represent from process blades. So how does development, delivery, operations, and security, how would that fit together? So this is what the workflow looks like. And if you get really graphically sophisticated, you can do a 3 helix or a 3 node infinite loop on this one. But okay, nice, but it falls apart really quickly for good reasons. So how does business DevOps work? So once again, we've got development and operations, but now here's how the business would fit in. Because if the technical people are doing DevOps and reducing the feedback cycle and releasing stuff into production and operating stuff effectively, that's great. But if the business side of the house isn't ready for that, doesn't want that, can't handle it, whatever reason, if they're out of sync with IT, then you're still in trouble, right? So all of this needs to, the overall flow needs to work, not just what the technical people want to do. And to be fair, it's usually the business is well ahead of the technical people. But anyways, sometimes it's not always the case. Once again, similarly, how does data fit in? So when we take a look at data DevOps or database DevOps or data ops, there's many different terms for this now. The market still hasn't sort of figured this one out, or at least hasn't figured out what terminology they want to use, what buzzwords they're trying to introduce. But the fundamental issue here, which we've been dealing with in DA since 2014 now, is how does data fit into the overall picture here? So once again, where things are getting a little more complicated. And then, of course, how do we do this at scale? So how do we bring release management and support into play when we have hundreds or thousands of teams and systems and all that good sort of stuff? So there's a little bit of coordination, and I hope a lot of automation and a lot of really good, solid thinking around how to do this. But we need to be aware that this is a very serious issue. So all of this stuff adds up to a picture that looks like this. And not quite as slick and pretty as the infinite loop that I started with, but this is reality on the ground. And this is what modern organizations actually face. And this is high level. When we start diving down into details here, it gets even more complicated because this is the nature of what we actually face. This is reality. And sometimes people say, well, this is so complicated. Why can't you just show me a simple picture? I could show you a simple picture, but I'd be lying. That's the quick answer. Might not be what you wanted to hear, but I'd be lying, right? So that infinite loop, I loved it. That was great. That was one heck of a graphic, but it's not what we actually face. This is a lot closer to what we face. So in DA, we believe in surfacing the issues and in making it clear that we need to think about these issues, and we need to figure out how we're going to make this sort of a flow work for us in the situation that we face. So your organization will implement this in a different way than another organization because context counts. So we define discipline DevOps as the streamlining of all these things. So how do we streamline security and data management and development and operations and support and all these good things all together at once? And how do we make it flow in an intelligent manner? So in order to pull that off, we need the freedom of choice. You are unique. You're a unique individual. Your team is unique. Your organization is unique. Now, having said that, you do face problems that other people have solved before. So you can this is why you can leverage a toolkit. You need to pick the right ingredients. You need to pick the right techniques off the shelf, combine them in such a way that meets the needs of the situation that you face. And then, of course, because your situation evolves, you need to be prepared to evolve your way of working to reflect that. So this is an example. This is something called a process goal diagram. Mark showed some earlier. This is the process goal diagram for security. And the point I want to make here is that, yes, there's a lot of stuff to security, which we inherently know. And security experts will, if for the security experts among us, they'll probably be looking at this and go, well, these 3 techniques or these 7 techniques are missing. So this isn't quite what we need. Okay, fine, fair enough. But certainly we've captured many of the options, and this is always evolving as well, of course. So yeah, if you think there's some missing options, let me know. I'm happy to have that conversation. But the point I want to make is that security is complicated. And in order to be effective at security, we need to understand what these options are and choose the right strategies that reflect the security situation that we currently face, and of course evolve things over time. So choice is good, and because context counts. So having the freedom of choice to choose your approach to security is absolutely critical. And I could share the same sort of diagram for data for data or for operations, to support release management, and so on. And those are all fleshed out in the toolkit. And actually in this slide deck, which and we'll make a PDF available of this deck later on. So just to wrap up here before we go to questions. So Discipline DevOps is the streamlining of all these activities. This is what you face in an enterprise class situation. And what we want to do in Discipline DevOps is help surface these issues, provide you with choices, and help give you guidance to make the right decisions for you, and in order to be as effective as you can possibly be in the situation that you face. So, and Mark said it well earlier. You should improve in place. You should start where you are, do the best that you can in the situation that you face, and always strive to get better. And the DA toolkit can help you to do that. So, anyways, thank you very much. I hope this was interesting. And let's go to questions. I believe we have time to take some questions.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful keynote.
Thank you.
Thank you for unraveling the DevOps mindset and highlighting the importance of streamlining flow as part of continuous delivery options. We have quite a lot of questions from the audience, and we are fortunate to have 2 of the brightest minds and 4 of the most experienced hands in Agile here with us today. May I now request Sairam Chamarthi, Senior Agile Leader and DA Champion, to ask the questions. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kritika. Thank you, Mark and Scott, for the wonderful address. It was a privilege to have you here with us today. And like Kritika mentioned a few minutes back, I was one of those lucky persons who could actually attend a workshop that Scott conducted last year in the US, and I really understand the value of it. And once again, I really thank Mark for stressing the importance of project to product, because that's the latest mantra that many organizations are following. And you rightly mentioned, Mark, that DA is an umbrella, and that umbrella is very much needed, whether it's too much of sunshine or too much of rains. You always need the umbrella. So whatever is the sort of agile methodologies that we are following in the organizations, I think DA is something that can always complement it. And thank you, Scott, for the wonderful session on the DevOps, which is also again the next mantra. And I would also want to thank all the participants, who have been here with us yesterday and today, not just being, mere, spectators, but really engaging very actively and ensuring that, they send a lot of questions to us, because this conference was all about that, to get as many questions as possible that, we can answer them. And I'm also happy to note that Scott, Mark, and even I think Galen, they've already started responding to many of the questions in the chat. However, we would want to ensure all the participants that, we will get back to all of you with a frequently asked questions, sort of a document that will address all your questions. So in the interest of time, if some of your questions have not been asked today, please do not think that they're not going to get answered at all. We take it upon ourselves that we will get back to all of you, in a common forum, either through a document or, in a link where all your questions will be answered. That said, I will be asking a couple of questions now to Scott and Mark. I may not specifically address it to, one of you. So one of you, if you think that's a question you can answer, please just go ahead and, you can answer, Thank you once again. Before I start asking the questions, just give me a second as I start bringing up that document. The first question is, I am a CSM and also a SAFE SPC. What DA certification do you recommend that I take?
I guess I'll take this one. I think the logical place to go would be the DA Senior Scrum Master. And the only thing is that the DA Scrum Master is the introductory course. And by the way, I'm getting a bit of feedback from somebody. The DA Scrum Master course is the introductory course, and you learn a little bit about the DA toolkit in that course, and then you would logically go to the Senior Scrum Master. If you're going directly to the Senior Scrum Master, because you don't need to learn the Agile fundamentals again, you probably should at least skim the book, if not read it, the Choose Your Wow book before attending the Senior Scrum Master class. But that is the nice thing about the program, is that we don't force you to go through the introductory DASM workshop if you feel you have enough knowledge and experience to go directly to the Senior Scrum Master class. But remember, in the DA Scrum Master class, it's not just Scrum, it's also Lean and an intro to DA. So if you don't have any Lean knowledge or DA, you still may find it worthwhile to start with the DASM first. Oh. You're on mute.
Am I audible now? Okay, yeah. Thank you. I think, some of the technology glitches that we have is, I think, when the speaker speaks, the other person needs to mute himself and then he needs to unmute. I think these are some things that are, making us, our own way of Agile. Thank you, adapt to the change. Okay. The second question, if DA is so great, and I know it is great because I am a DA champion, why is it not so well known across the globe? Why are still people, still wondering what DA is?
I touched that a bit on my talk. I'm going to let Scott give his perspective on that.
Sure. As Mark mentioned earlier, we were a small Canadian company before PMI picked us up. And we didn't do a good marketing job. We didn't have the resources. We were bootstrapping. And frankly, we were focused on content and actually helping organizations as opposed to trying to sell them things. So we just didn't do a good marketing job, the short story of that one.
And I'll add, though, this is the wonderful thing about what's happening now is that when people discover it, they say to us, where have you been? I needed this 5 years ago. Our teams have been floundering around. We're struggling to be successful. And it's frankly because they're just not properly skilled. And but Scott is right. We spent our time either consulting, working with companies, writing books, speaking at conferences, doing basically that was our marketing. Our marketing was speaking at conferences, which of course is a small piece of what you need to get the word out there. So now it's amazing, frankly, the groundswell of interest that we're seeing in DA as people discover, this great toolkit.
Thank you, Scott and Mark. The next question, are there any e-learning workshops for DA available? E-learning workshops.
I guess I'll take that. Yes is the answer. And there is already an e-learning DA Basics on-demand course out there. It's very good. It's priced competitively. I believe actually there's India pricing, if I'm not mistaken. But it's important to understand that's not first certification. It's an awareness course. Shows you what DA is, takes you through some scenarios of choosing your way of working. So then that's when people's light bulbs go on. They go, oh, this is how you actually use it. But it wasn't designed to be a replacement for a certification workshop. We are creating an on-demand version of the DA Scrum Masterclass, and to complement which is good for certification, to complement the instructor-led. But I would tell you there's a place for both. If you're don't have time to attend a class and you want to do it on your own time, then perhaps the e-learning would be the way to go. But there are limitations to that in that you're not going to be able to get that interaction with an instructor and be able to ask questions about your situation and how would this apply to me. So there's always going to be a need for instructor-led, live. And by the way, it's all built for virtual. Beautiful training materials with videos and games. We use Miro to have task board to collectively work. I actually attended one of these classes myself. I didn't create the class, and I found it really fun. So the answer is yes. We have virtual live and we have on-demand versions of the courses.
Okay, thank you, Mark. The next question: I do not see any product owner, trainings in your certifications or product owner certification. So, any particular reason for it?
Scott, take on.
Sure, that's coming. Is the once again the short answer. We used to have product owner certificate training at DA as well as at the Net Objectives. But in order to focus on the certificates that Mark shared earlier, we decided to focus on that, and so we put the product owner stuff on the shelf for a while. But the product owner stuff should be coming in the near future.
Okay, thank you, Scott. The next question: what size and type of organization would you recommend? Where DA can be implemented and can be successful?
I'll take that, and I'll actually just parrot what Daniel Gecknon said earlier. He's worked with organizations as small as 12, I believe, and as large as 90,000. Mark and I have worked with organizations that are even larger than that, so in the hundreds of thousands. So size is not the issue, and it really the issue is one of mindset. Are you willing to learn to improve? Are you willing to become a learning organization in many ways? And are you willing to deal with and accept the actual issues that you face? I think that's are you willing to break out of the mindset of some of these frameworks that really do want to limit you in the way that you think and box you in? I think that's the critical issue here.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. If I could just add to that, is that a lot of people confused us with scaling frameworks for a long time. In fact, even Gartner themselves came out with reports about agile scaling frameworks in the top 4 in the world, and we were listed as one of the top 4. And we had a conversation with them and say, actually, that's not what we are. We're a toolkit that can be applied in large and small situations. And I'll just give you an extreme example. If you're a startup and you're building a new mobile app with 5 people, and you say, you know what, let's start with Scrum. You're doing DA. You're doing it because by definition, Scrum is a subset from the toolkit. So you can do any size of the team. You're using Disciplined Agile, but you can also do it with hundreds of thousands of people as well.
Yeah, I think that was a good answer, Scott and Mark. Yeah, I think, it can range from 12 people to 100 or 200. I think it's a toolkit that can be, definitely, implemented across. Thank you for that insight. Let's go to the next question. The questions are pouring like cats and dogs that, I'm trying to, prioritize myself and, ask these questions. So I'm trying to be as agile as possible. So if that's going to take a minute or so, I'll frame my questions. What are the plans of PMI to promote DA in various organizations? Do we have something like a sales pitch or an elevator pitch for DA that, the ambassadors or the other people who want to socialize DA can carry with them?
I guess maybe I'll answer that. That's part of my responsibility is to help enablement and engagement worldwide. And as you know, since you are one, we have this champion program, the DA champion program in all the chapters where we've asked for volunteers to help spread the word locally about what DA is all about. And to be honest with you, we've been so busy in the redesign of the certification program and the updating of all the courses that we haven't given the champions as much in terms of helping them out to do that as we would have liked. So I can just assure you that we will be engaging with the local champions to provide them with some assets so that they can present locally. All topics, by the way, not just introductory topic on DA, but maybe Scott's talk on DevOps or whatever. So we have a large library of those kinds of presentations, and we're going to be updating them and providing them out to the chapters, and also finding other ways to engage with them and help them keep up to date with what we're doing with DA.
Thank you, Mark. The next thing is, I think a lot of folks have asked this question in various forms. I'm trying to, form it in a single question. Discipline Agile or any Agile, toolkit or framework is more, they talk more about IT and it being, more useful for IT. So is DA something that, even the non-IT, functions and industries can use? If so, what are the tips that you can give them?
I'll take that. I'm sure Mark will chime in as well. The answer is yes. So, if you remember the overall overview diagram that Mark shared with the hexes on it, those process blades. So first of all, most of those process blades are non-IT. So right there. But it's being used in non-IT industries as well. Mark was talking about a pizza chain, for example, talking about financial organizations and many others. So it's not, Agile came from software development, and DA, over time grew and we addressed more and more IT issues, but then it grew beyond IT to address full business agility. And I think, that's the thing to keep in mind. So I run into a lot of people that want to convince me, they're looking for excuses not to be more effective and to not be agile. And they say, well, I'm not an IT shop, or I'm not on an IT project, therefore I can't be agile. And that is completely wrong. Please don't tell yourself that. That's, it's just, you can always be more effective. You can always streamline things. It might not be possible when you're building a house which is something I recently did. Paid for, but it's not possible to be fully agile and be truly agile on building a house than say building software. But you can certainly be more effective building a house, applying agile and lean techniques than if you're just doing traditional techniques. And this is something, and I guarantee that because I spent my own money doing this. So particularly after a traditional technique failed miserably. To do that. So anyway, so we just want to put that out there that this is not just for IT. That very clearly, if you just look at that big poster Mark showed, very clearly there's some non-IT stuff there. So take that to heart.
And I'll bring my own perspective on it as well. I think that, so Scott's analogy of a house is an interesting one. I would imagine, I don't know the details, I know some of the gory details, but I imagine it's probably a hybrid. There's probably some traditional stuff going on, there's some dependency management, and there's a work breakdown structure of some sort, but then probably bring some agile nimbleness to be most effective. But there's two aspects I want to talk about here, and one is, we constantly get questions about, can we do Agile for construction? Can we do Agile for the oil and gas industry? If you're building a pipeline, or maybe telecom, you're rolling out a 5G network, there's no reason you wouldn't, I don't know much about that, but I'm going to guess that you could be very successful using traditional project management. You can manage it, it's very predictable, maybe very predictable, and use traditional project management. So I do see situations where Agile might not be the best way to do things, and that's okay. But I bet you in those traditional projects, there's opportunities to have daily stand-up meetings, to collaborate closely together, maybe visualize some of the work, maybe use some lean ideas. So there's always an opportunity to plug in some agile ideas into the traditional approach. But that doesn't mean it's an agile project, and that's okay. That's why PMI has both. We have no intention, by the way, no intention of merging the DA toolkit into the PMBOK. They're both great things for different purposes. Context counts. So that's one aspect, is that there's both, okay? And don't try to cram everything into the DA toolkit. Now, as far as DA goes, we also need to acknowledge what Scott said, that every company is an IT organization. Every company has some IT. Even a construction company has probably got some SAP system and procurement and all those kinds of things. So, and you hear everybody talking about this. Everybody is doing IT, and that, by the way, is a differentiator. If you look at an Uber, what's their core competency? Is it driving people around in cars, or is it their mobile app and the GPS and the payment system and all that? Papa John's will tell you they're actually a digital company. Yes, they make pizza, but if it wasn't for their end-to-end value stream and technology, they wouldn't be competitive. So this is what Scott's talking about, is we need to get really effective at IT solution delivery. And let's not deny that. Let's admit it and be good at it. And then realize that we've got these functional areas within our company that also need to be agile as well. Okay, so there's agile companies, there's companies in the industry that they're in and the applicability of agile to their industry. But then within each company, how can they be as agile as possible, especially as it pertains to IT? Was there something you wanted to add, Scott?
No, I think that's pretty good. I think it's just recognizing that don't underestimate the value of IT and the importance of IT in your organization. And it might be that you are a non-IT PM. Fine, good for you. But recognize that there's some IT stuff going on in your company, and vice versa, right? You might be an IT PM and be totally oblivious to the non-IT stuff going on. Fair enough. And those are different. Those are different styles from a project management point of view. Managing an IT project or an intangible project might be a better way of looking at it versus managing and directing a project where you're doing something tangible, like building a bridge or building a house. Those are very different sets of skills and very different sets of issues that you're dealing with. And so just be aware of that. One size does not fit all. Context counts.
Thank you, Scott. So I think, look at, on this particular question. That's why I'm just trying to again, just reinforce one more time. So you talked about, building a house, like construction. That's more a construction infrastructure industry. So if there is somebody who's working in BPO or IT customer service sectors. So I think there were one or two specific questions. Is how is it that they can also use this, toolkit?
The IT services industry?
Yeah, service industry the call centers, which are more just picking up tickets and working on them and, solving those.
Okay, are you asking about call centers, or are you asking about IT services companies like Infosys and Cognizant and that kind of thing?
Okay, let me. So it's both. First, if you can answer for the call centers, it'll be good. Then for the service industries like an Infosys or any Pro or Accenture.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not an authority on how call centers work.
You want me to take a pass at this?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Scott.
Yeah, okay. I've got a sister that works call centers, so I know a little bit about it, and I've actually worked a little bit in call centers too. So yes, the quick answer is yes. So one of the process blades is support, help desk type stuff. And there's many techniques to that, and the way that you escalate, the way that you can automate many of the help desk functions to become a self-service, to promote as much self-service support as you possibly can as an organization in order to streamline things and to improve things. To options for outside of that, to first of all do a better CX design, a customer experience design, right? So with better customer service design, or better customer experience design, you end up with fewer customer service calls. So thinking outside of the call center is absolutely critical. So all of these things, all these options are built into the toolkit. But you need to. It's critical to take a look at, this holistic experience. The way that you set up the contract to do the vendor management. So if you are the vendor providing customer service services to another organization, the way that contract is set up at the very beginning is absolutely critical to how effective that you can be as a call center, right? All it takes is like one or two goofy things in that contract, and you're hobbled. So you've really got to, the way that you set this contract up and evolve that contract over time is critical as well. So, and this is what DA brings to the table, that this overall more holistic view that enables you to do that. And to be fair, you're limited to the amount of what you can do, the way that you can affect that contract, because the customer is driving it, not you. But certainly internally, the way that you operate is mostly up to you, and you can streamline that and be as effective as you can possibly be in the situation that you face.
Okay, and thank you, Scott. And I'm going to take the services organization question, because I think this is a really important point for people on the call here. We see a tremendous opportunity for the Infosys, the HCLs, the Cognizant, the TCSs, the Tech Mahindras to differentiate themselves and to create, an army of world-class consultants that are properly skilled to get the job done. And when word gets out that that's the case, I really think that's going to be a differentiator. Let me tell you what's currently happening is that there's a proliferation of certifications around a particular part of Agile. And by the way, they're all good. So you might want to learn about Agile leadership and you learn about Management 3.0. You might want to learn about complexity theory, so you go learn about Kneffin. You might want to learn about Scrum, so you take Scrum. Or you might want to learn about Lean, so you take something from Kanban University. But how do you know that a consultant actually understands the basics of all of that? You don't, unless you understand what all these certifications are. So what we often see, and by the way, us poor consultants are chasing certifications to try to fill in the gaps in our knowledge, because there's no cohesive body of knowledge that covers it all. And we don't pretend in DA to give you to be an expert in Kneffin or an expert in Management 3.0, but we have the basics in the toolkit. And then you could say, I want to specialize in Management 3.0, and then maybe you go take a course about it from Jürgen Appello. But that comprehensive generalist of all the techniques out there you get from a DA certification. So there's two aspects of this I want to talk about. One is services companies should seek to upskill their own people and become better consultants. That's what the customers want. Your customers want consultants to understand options. That's why they trust you. Secondly, so that's the first thing, upskill your own people. Secondly, there's a tremendous opportunity for services organizations to go in and help people with DA, right? Like the pizza company. The pizza company I talked about had a services company from India helping them out. And they asked them to learn about DA because they didn't know about it already. It would have made things much easier if they already understood DA for the pizza company. I ended up having to train them. So we have something brand new that we didn't talk about today, which is the DA Consulting Partner Program. It's brand new, and it's an extension of the Authorized Training Partner Program, where you can get a DA Consulting Partner badge that says, hey, we have a minimum number of people certified in DA, we know DA, we can teach you DA, and we can help you out. So if you want to learn more about that, get in touch with us at the brand new program for consulting partners for services firms like yourselves, for those of you on the call.
That's okay. Thank you, Mark, for the participants to know about the new program. Thank you, Scott and Mark, on that. I think we do have another 10 to 12 minutes, so I think I'll go for another 2-3 questions. Of course, I know all the participants and myself would have wanted all the 100 plus questions to be answered, but in the interest of time, we'll just have another 10 minutes of questions. But again, I just want to assure all the participants on the call that we will get back to all of you with all your questions answered. So if your questions are not being asked now, please do not think otherwise. They will be getting an answer to all of you in the next few days. So let's go to the next question. This is about PMI ACP because that's one of sort of a pioneer program from PMI. So if a person is having an ACP and also has been regularly having the ACP credentials taken care and got 6 to 7 years of Agile experience, how would DA help him or her? So, I've got a lot of questions on this, pattern. I've just formed all of it with the content like this. So please go ahead.
I'll take that one. Great question. Probably the most popular question we ever get from a PMI audience, for sure. And rightfully so. First of all, the ACP program is a tremendous program. It's very credible. It probably, it is just like DA, right, frankly, peer to DA, and underappreciated in the industry is the unfortunate truth. Significant body of knowledge, understanding of Agile experience, required, difficult test, very much in the spirit of the PMP. And it's got 36,000 certificate holders. So it's out there. We're not messing with that program. It's a good program. And if you have that cert, congratulations, you should be proud. DA is kind of next level, where ACP teaches you all the ingredients in the pantry to make great meals, if you will. DA adds organizing them into goals and providing context-specific guidance for which ones can help you in different situations. So it sort of takes what you learn in the ACP and adds in guided continuous improvement as a technique for picking the right ingredients from that big pantry of knowledge you have. So you can apply that and choose your way of working for your situation. So it's kind of the next step in your Agile journey. So it's two things, is that the new DA certs help you go the next level. And secondly, what we think one of the reasons ACP hasn't, because frankly, 36,000 is good, but there should be 1 million ACP cert holders. And why isn't that? It's not, ACP isn't tied to a particular role. So if I'm a tester, as an example, that's my specialty, but I'm on an Agile team, and I want to be a better contributor to my Agile team, then I get the ACP. And that's great, and you will be a great contributor to your team. But does your boss recognize that you're a better tester now because you have an ACP? Maybe, if they're progressive, or maybe not. But you deserve more. But it's not, the ACP is not tied to a particular job title. It's not like an Agile testing specialist, if you will. If it was called an Agile testing specialist and you got that, then arguably your boss would pay you more money because of your increased skill. So this is a lesson we've learned and why we've decided to put the Scrum Master on the new DA certifications, because it's going to help you all be more successful. As I said, PMPs get better job opportunities, better compensation for their skills and experience. We expect DA Scrum Masters to get the similar benefits. Better job opportunities, better compensation. So we're not messing with the ACP. I would encourage ACP people to take this DA Senior Scrum Master, is the bottom line there.
Thank you, Mark. I think this is something that I'm sure all the participants must have been wanting to hear directly from you and Scott. So thank you for reinforcing that again. Scott, would you want to add something here before I move to the next question?
No, that was a great answer. So I have nothing to add.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Mark. Okay, let's go to the last question. I think we have 5 minutes more. So this is about the COVID, right? So that's something that's really taken all of us off guard this year. It's been an exceptionally interesting and a different year for all of us. So COVID is demanding that all the individuals in the organization upskill their technical knowledge, and also they need to become change managers or change leaders within the organizations. So how could and how can Discipline Agile actually help those individuals?
Do you want to take that, Scott?
Sure. So COVID's been very interesting for many reasons. I think it has opened up our eyes to the complexities of the marketplace, the complexities of addressing change in new situations. We're seeing significantly different behaviors, perhaps from coaches. A year ago, I'm sure many of you knew of Agile coaches that would tell you that you can't possibly be Agile if you're working remotely. I suspect there isn't a single Agile coach on the planet now that would say that these days. Certainly, it wasn't true then. It's certainly not true now, and we've learned the hard way. But yeah, we need our organizations need to be more responsive. We need to be more resilient in the way that we work. We need to have improved infrastructure. We need to, for example, not inject more technical debt into organizations, and certainly pay down technical debt when we see it. The organizations that had higher quality infrastructures were better able to react to COVID than those who were not, and that was a very clear observation. We need to start thinking about being able to better sense and respond what's happening in the marketplace and respond to the needs of our customers and our stakeholders quicker and more effectively than we have in the past. Our planning horizons need to shrink in many ways. We still need to, having said that, we still need to plan for what we hope to do from a strategy point of view, maybe a few years from now. But if we think we can get away with annual budgeting these days and annual planning these days, if there's one thing you learned in 2020, it better be that you really need to rethink these things. I don't think anybody's annual plan and annual budget survived March or February of this year, let alone any time else. So COVID has been an eye opener for a lot of organizations. I hope that you choose to learn the lessons that it's teaching us. Mark, any thoughts on that?
No, I completely agree. The nice thing is that we found that our courses work very well virtually, and yeah, by the way, this is not new. That we can be effective working remotely. I look back when Scott and I were writing the first book in 2010, and actually it would be a couple of years after that, after we wrote the book, because he was a friend of mine who was on a team I was working with while I was writing the book. We were having a beverage, reminiscing about those days. And I said, "What are you up to these days?" And he said he does pair programming from Calgary with somebody in California. He gets up at 9 o'clock every day, goes to his desk, and they write code together, virtually over the screen. And that was in 2012. Very, very effective. So we can choose to be effective working virtually. We don't all have to be sitting around a table co-located.
Thank you, Scott and Mark. I think those are really insightful. One last, question. I mean, this will be the last for this session. What's your message for the DA champions, DA ambassadors, DA evangelists across the globe who are now going to embark the journey of socializing DA across? What would be your message?
Maybe I'll take a shot at it, and Scott might want to add. I would say you should be very proud to be working for PMI now and to be able to provide really a robust enterprise class Agile, to really bring some order to the Agile chaotic world that's out there right now, where everybody's confused about different certifications and things. We have world-class Agile now as part of the portfolio of products within PMI. So I would say be proud. And what you should be saying to people is embrace an agnostic approach, a pragmatic approach. Don't let anybody push you around to say, this is the way you do Agile. There is no one way to do Agile, right? And learning how to adapt your way of working using this agnostic toolkit, that's going to make you far more effective. So be proud of that and spread the word. You've got to get the word out.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't have said it better. And I think that term agnostic is critical, as is the term hybrid. Have the humility to recognize that the various frameworks and strategies out there are all great, but they're only part of the picture. So Scrum brings some great things to the table, but so does the PMBOK guide. SAFe brings some great things to the table, and so does ITIL. So in DA, we've chosen to adopt and put strategies and ideas from a very wide range of sources and put them all together in one place and put them to context, and to go beyond this best practice thinking that many of us have, and instead focus on contextual thinking. Do the right thing in the situation that you face. And if the right thing is something that's, fairly traditional, great. That's the right thing to do. So do that. Don't get boxed in by the thinking of these agile frameworks, because that's what they want you to do, by the way. They want you to only think in their terms and to never go beyond what they want to sell you. And this is something that we're actively, particularly with GCI, Guided Continuous Improvement, we want to help you to learn how to improve in place and to start where you are, do the best that you can in the situation you face, and always get better from there. Because that is possible and it's highly desirable, and that might mean that you will go beyond whatever framework you started out with, and that's great. That's what you actually want to do. So it's the different, the frameworks. They give you a fish, they feed you for a day. A toolkit like Discipline Agile teaches you how to fish. It will feed you for life. And yeah, it takes a little more effort to learn how to fish compared to just going to the market and buying a fish. Fair enough. But you can learn, you will feed yourself for life. And I think that is a very different proposition and a very valuable one. So please, as Mark said, please bring that to the market and please spread the word. And just ask people to look at DA with an open mind and to realize that because every time we've had a person look at DA and invest time in DA, as Mark said, the response is always, where has this been? I needed this years ago. This is great. You are addressing problems and you have solutions to problems that we've been struggling with for a long time now, and there they are, right there in black and white. And I wish I had this in my hand before. I said, okay, well now you know. So. And you know what? There's solutions to many other problems you haven't even hit yet. So, learn how to fish.
Thank you, Scott and Mark. I think, learn how to fish is a, wonderful, ending statement for this session. I think that which all of us should keep in mind. It was a great privilege and pleasure to ask these questions on behalf of the participants, Mark and Scott. Participants, please keep putting your questions in. We will definitely get back to you. Thank you once again. Back to you, Kritika.
Thank you all.
For patiently answering questions from our enthusiastic participants and covering the entire DA landscape. I would definitely call this the golden 30 minutes of the conference. In your honor, we have a cluster of saplings planted.
Thank you. That's awesome.
For the closing keynote, we have with us the Regional Managing Director of North America. She is a leader, a coach, and an active volunteer. She greatly contributed in the transformation of PMI members across the globe to achieve greater engagement and valuable outcomes. She is also a co-leader of a startup for implementing PMI's culture and change management capability. She draws her energy from practicing yoga and also loves to teach yoga. Please join me in welcoming Brantley Underhill to our region. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Hello and good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. It is a real pleasure to be with you today. And I totally love that you are planting trees on behalf of the speakers. That really warms my heart. My name is Brantley, and before we wrap up this final part of the program today, I'd like to invite you to join me in a bit of a refreshment break. It's a breathing exercise. So, as was mentioned, I am very impassioned by yoga. I teach a yoga class on Sunday morning, so that's where I was before this. And I thought maybe this was a good opportunity to create some more space in your mind for this final presentation. So you don't have to do anything. You can stay exactly where you are. You can sit, you can stand. It's called the 4-7-8 breath. And it's something I've learned from Dr. Andrew Weil. He's a pioneer of integrative medicine. So if you'll join me, let me demonstrate one round, and then I'll leave it over to you. So you breathe in through the nose for the count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You hold the breath for a count of 7, and then exhale through the mouth for a count of 8. All right, you ready to give it a try with me? We're going to do 5 rounds. And I will count the first 2 rounds, and then you do the final 3 rounds on your own. All right, so are you ready? Let's just take 1 breath in and 1 exhale. And here we go. Inhale, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 more rounds. So wherever you're at, finish up that last round and notice how you feel. You might feel lightheaded. With daily practice, that'll eventually go away. It's recommended to do this breath twice a day. It helps one manage emotional response and stress. And after 4 to 6 weeks, it's been shown to slow heart rate, improve digestion, improve blood pressure and circulation. Like if you have cold hands, it'll help improve circulation to get the warmth back. And it's also been tested amongst people who have suffered from COVID-19, particularly with the formation of scar tissue in the lungs. So this is one of the treatments that's being tested and applied for people recovering from COVID-19. So I hope that you enjoy that, and I wanted to share that with you as we move into this final session of the program, like I said, to make a little more space in your brain for what I would like to share with you. So here we go. I am on an agile learning journey, and I'm going to say that you are too. Otherwise, you may have chosen something different to do with your weekend. As you wrap up this weekend, and having been participants in the first DA South Asia Conference, you've heard leading experts in this space, including the founders of DA, Mark and Scott. If I was standing on a stage in front of you, I would probably ask you to raise your hand so I could gauge your level of expertise in Agile. I can't see that right now, so I'm just going to take a guess that many of you are responsible in some way for implementing strategic change in your organizations or for your clients, and using Agile approaches is one way that you do that. And also, for why you're here today, I'm also going to guess that you want to hear what is new and that you're hoping to learn something that will inform your journey. I'm guessing that you don't have all the answers, and guess what? Neither do I, because I'm on an Agile learning journey, which I'd like to share a little bit about in the hope that you could help people like me and others in your organizations and your project teams, and even be willing to share your learnings with the broader community at large. So let me start with my aha learning moment. I was attending a large conference. It was a change management conference in New York City a couple of years ago. And I was responsible at that time for helping to develop a change management capability at PMI. I signed up for a learning lab on using Agile in organization design. Most of the attendees were staff leaders in their talent organizations and in their change management offices. The speaker talked about working from the outside in, something that I knew was related to user design work. He talked about aligned choices, including how organization culture is a cause and effect of those choices. I loved when he said that experience is a product that can be managed by a product manager. He talked about new ways to engage employees and how to draw out waste, increase efficiency in their work, and how to be more pragmatic in solving business challenges. And then someone in the audience asked a question, or maybe it was a rhetorical joke. The attendee asked the speaker if he was implementing little a or big A Agile. The audience laughed. I didn't get it. And then I realized then and there that there was a hole in my game. There was a pothole in my path. So while I know a few things about project management approaches, I am not a software developer, nor do I have roots in the manufacturing industry. I had read the Agile Manifesto, but the words seemed superficial. They seemed irrelevant to the non-IT professional. So sitting in a room with change and HR professionals, I started to think that maybe there was something more to Agile than I realized, more than the perceived dogma and purism of the practice that I was often exposed to. So I took in everything that I could at that conference, but I remained perplexed that I didn't grasp the difference between little a and big A Agile. So I set out on a more intentional learning path. I started by finding myself an Agile mentor. I was in the white belt stage of learning. Have you ever heard of a white belt mind? The student is curious and hungry to learn, ready to receive and to accept the learnings, being courageous to practice, to fail, and to prove upon execution. It takes commitment and patience, an open mind, a willingness to be terrible before finding greatness. It starts with the basics. So that's what I did. Well, I had previously read articles and research. Now I reread all of that stuff together with my Agile mentor. We dissected the Agile Manifesto, analyzing the words and the interpretations and its practical applications. I found greater depth in its meaning and its intention in a layman, non-software developer mind. I started to see that the mind must be open to challenge and acceptance, so I sought to learn more. I accepted book recommendations like these, and a quick note that I compiled these resources into a resource list, and the event organizers are going to make them available to you. So one of the books was Age of Agile. This is where Denning describes the 3 laws of the new management paradigm: the law of the small team, the law of the customer, and the law of the network. The Startup Way, which was really helpful in understanding the purpose and the process around creation, particularly a minimal viable product or MVP. Liftoff, which is how to create a positive force to charter teams with purpose and alignment in order to start delighting customers as quickly as possible. My favorite, because of the unique way that it is written in the perspective of a boss and his employee, is Managing to Learn. Even if your organization doesn't subscribe to the discipline of using the A3, the thought process and the questions that teams and their leaders can ask make all the difference to managing and justifying change. And while this title might not be listed in the Agile section of the library, Team of Teams shares lessons and examples on why the ability to react quickly is critical, why adaptability, not efficiency, must become our central competency, and why organizations must be networked, not siloed, in order to succeed. And of course, an executive's guide to discipline Agile. My organization also supported my training for a certified Scrum product owner. I re-listened to podcasts such as Projectified with PMI with this new language of Agile. My favorite episode is still Kevin Murphy from Bain talking about transformation, risk, and rewards. He says that a person changes from the experience of organization transformation, especially when you possess a willingness to up your game. I could feel it. I was becoming an embodied form of Kaizen, of continuous improvement. I came to learn that Agile is about delighting customers and finding joy in the process. It's about environments contained by psychological safety and making teams awesome. Now it was time to start putting my learnings into action. So I experimented. I set up a Trello board for my direct reports to access so they could see what I was working on. This transparency built greater trust and empowerment across my team. I fell in love with vertical cake. Who doesn't love cake? This is my visual reminder of the idea of managing work across multiple layers. It's to achieve a more frequent and more valuable set of outcomes. I coached my teams to try this way of working, incrementally showing their work product. We could show more value faster and invite our customers to be part of making it better. This also meant that we went for not so perfect. A work product doesn't have to be perfect to be acceptable or done. I tried agile learning games in group meetings to demonstrate how self-managing teams facilitate their outcomes and can create those faster, more pragmatic outcomes that we're all looking for. And whatever the outcome, we pause, we take a moment to look back, see what we've learned, and incorporate those learnings into future actions. And eventually, I figured out the difference between big A and little a agile. It's right here, between the ears, behind the eyes. It's the difference between a fixed, perfect state mindset, which is not very realistic, and a learning environment steeped in a growth mindset. Context counts. Just as DA advocates for every situation being unique, so are we as individuals. Just like snowflakes. While my learning journey may be unique to me, I encourage all of you to recall your own agile learning journey. Where did it begin? Who are you with? What key events stand out to you? What resources did you learn from? And who made a difference in your agile learning journey? How can you be a catalyst for someone else's learning journey? PMI has a fantastic community, and I encourage you to share what you know in that community, even on projectmanagement.com. It only takes one person to share their experiences to make a difference to help someone grow. I know each of you has unique experiences. Someone can learn from them. They can lend a helping hand. That's the power of our community. And why learning is so important is because PMI's Pulse of the Profession shows that more than half of companies participating in this research are reorganizing their activities around projects and programs. This means that projects are the driving force behind how work gets done. And the top measure of success? It's organizational agility. Leaders have to look beyond their technical skills, employees' technical skills, when they assess talent. They need to, and you need to, seek out what PMI calls the power skills. These power skills drive high complexity change. They drive our new remote reality. We literally say that it's agile, change-ready teams with an eye on collaboration, empathy, innovation that will thrive in the project economy. Leaders like Jim Boland of IBM's Global Center of Excellence recognize that the PMI talent triangle is crucial to enable change through projects, and also emphasizes that core project management skills need to be bolstered by people skills, such as empathy, adaptability, critical thinking, and problem solving. And now, when every single one of us has been impacted by the global pandemic, we need to develop and put these power skills to use and leverage our communities. Research shows that employees are reporting alarming levels of stress and fatigue, and that the risk for depression in the United States has risen over 100% as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. People need to know that they are cared about, and that their employer is investing in their career development. Employers need to make it known to their employees that it's about individuals and interactions over process and tools. For organizations to build resilience and to make it through the pandemic, they need to adapt employee skills and roles to post-pandemic ways of working. One of the ongoing process goals within Discipline Agile is to grow team members. By supporting people and improving their skills and their knowledge, they are motivated and therefore more effective in their work. So what could that look like? First, walk the talk. What skills and capabilities have you been working on this year? And where can you prioritize people over process? Next up, set up systems where product teams can engage with customers early and often to understand what they are building and who they are building it for. A focus on customer centricity for employees can make it all the difference when employees and customers are trying to manage through many disruptions we are experiencing. You could coordinate change management across the enterprise. I mentioned how the start of my Agile journey was initiated by an assignment I was given to build the change management muscle within my organization. Create the vision. Create the vision with the intended outcome. Build the team who is going to take charge for communicating that vision, and then start incrementally, looking for the quick wins to build momentum. The same can be said about transformation. Phase it. Phase the transformation in increments, in waves, with business units, with your technology and infrastructure groups, or incorporate Agile principles so we're all becoming Agile together. And take advantage of PMI's Resource Hub. This is a source of free resources, virtual events, and even a sneak peek of our new digital offerings that are going to help you connect with the global community, build skills, and prepare to advance in a post-COVID-19 world. Deloitte is reinforcing that across industries, organizations that embrace, nurture, and cultivate enduring human capabilities throughout their workforce will likely have a strategic advantage. In Annie McKee and Richard Boyas's book, Becoming a Resonant Leader, the authors define self-management as something that requires a positive outlook, an achievement orientation, adaptability, and emotional self-control. We can leverage techniques to combat stress, to avoid burnout, and to renew ourselves physically, mentally, and emotionally. Don't wait for others to give you that training or that opportunity. The time is now to keep reinventing or reinforcing your skill set. Declare what you need for yourself, for those you serve, and set the vision for your learning journey. Build your support team. Seek out advocates and coaches who will help you learn and eliminate the barriers and whatever is holding you back from being an effective leader. One thing that 2020 has taught me is that we must be ready for anything, and plans will change. Change can and it will happen fast. And we need to remain hopeful. Human beings have immense capabilities and resiliency. How we choose to react and respond is up to us. The decision to embark upon a learning journey is yours to own. So where will you go? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for that enlightening and a very interesting keynote, and also for the very refreshing breathing exercise in the beginning.
You're welcome.
We have one question from the audience.
Okay.
Can you highlight key power skills required to be agile?
Yeah, I think so. There are a set of power skills, and one of the resources I'll encourage you to look at is PMI's Pulse of the Profession and Thought Leadership Series on PMI.org. So some of the power skills are very important to the team atmosphere, like having collaborative leadership, right? And I think that goes back to the role of the self-managing team. Empathy for voice of the customer. We've got to include that user design work in all that we do. Know what we're building and who we're building it for. Go for not so perfect and involve the audience, involve the stakeholder, the customer in improving the product. So collaborative leadership, empathy for voice of the customer, and innovation. Being able and willing to try new things and being okay to fail. All right. I think that a lot of times that holds organizations back. People are fearful of the repercussions. So making a safe, psychologically safe environment for individuals to test, to fail, and to improve upon that are going to be key. You can check out all the power skills for individuals and teams in the Pulse of the Profession report. But those are the ones I would highlight.
Thank you for the responses. In your honor, we have a cluster of saplings planted.
Love this. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Komal Mathur, the conference director, to deliver the closing remarks. Komal is an experienced healthcare professional with over a decade of volunteering experience for PMI in various positions. She serves as the General Secretary for PMI Pearl City Hyderabad chapter and the chair of the PMI South Asia Women Engagement Committee. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Wow, I'm spellbound by the many voices of transformation leaders who vividly describe the business agility rainbow today. We learned that different organizations have different approaches to drive the business agility. We also heard how DA is a context-sensitive and a pragmatic toolkit that helps overcome the constraints and delivers value to our stakeholders faster. Now, we have reached the end of this first of its kind and probably the biggest conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is a privilege and an honor to deliver these closing remarks to this August gathering. This conference has attracted predictive, adaptive, agile, and hybrid practitioners, PMI members and non-members, PMI credential holders and non-credential holders, people from our region and across the globe. Delegates, your participation has been an invaluable one, and without any doubt has helped make the event a great success. Lee Lambert, the founder of PMP, is also with us today. The inspiration to host such mega events comes from you all. A heartfelt thank you for taking out time on this weekend and being with us. 3 words describe this conference: engrossing, insightful, and exciting. We were fortunate to have leaders from across the business agility landscape consenting to take the center stage and share their experiences in enterprise agility, digital transformation, and disciplined agile. Speakers, by decomposing complexity, you enticed and engaged our delegates over the last 2 days. A very warm thank you for accommodating our constant requests and bringing in the right flavor to the conference through your valuable knowledge, insights, and experiences. Impacting chapter initiatives are always made possible with spirit of volunteering. Passionate professionals from across the South Asia chapters culled out time and collaborated on many fronts to bring this together and deliver this biggest event. Volunteers, thank you for your sparkling ideas, relentless efforts, and committed hours. A special thank you to Rashmi, Jackie, and Kritika for weaving together and hosting this amazing event. Vinay, Jayprakash, Abdul, Revant, Ricky, Babita, thank you for your consistent support. The collective leadership of the chapter leaders and their vision helped us deliver the objectives of this conference. As always, Tejas Sura, Rama Matmakuri, thank you for your guidance. Regional MD, Dr. Srini Srinivasan, Region Mentor, Girish Kadam, Kerala Chapter President, Dr. Krishna Kumar, PMI Pearl City Chapter President, Mr. Madhav Reddy, and all the other chapter presidents of South Asia. A big thank you for all the inspiration, wisdom, and continued support. I would like to extend my special gratitude to Roger, Priya, Suvarna, Abhishek, Jacob, and all the PMI India staff for the continued support. Your generous contribution of time and energy to this conference was incredible. This year has been a wonderful one, with a host of virtual events culminating into this mega conference, co-hosted by PMI Kerala and the Pearl City chapters, with support of all the Region 11 chapters, board members of Kerala chapter, and my fellow board members from Pearl City. A big thank you to all of you for giving me and this platform the form and structure to this conference. A special thanks to my co-organizers, Harikutan, Akhila, Venkat Reddy, and Saira for all the heavy lifting in the run-up to this event. Our events foster sharing. These past 2 days helped us to advance on the business agility journey. But it doesn't stop here. There is indeed plenty to reflect upon and enhance our individual and collective contributions. True business agility starts here. Let us all continue on our upscaling journey. Be safe and connected. Thank you. Over to you, Kritika.
Thank you, ma'am, for carving this first of its kind opportunity for all of us and for program managing the biggest DA conference successfully. Curtains finally come down on an extraordinary 2-day learning and networking event. I would like to thank all the stakeholders, the PMI community, for being patient and tuning in for both the days and making it a successful virtual event. Now, a few quick announcements for you. All PMI credential holders, don't forget to self-claim your PDUs. PMI PCC is in its 20th year of service to the project management community. Thank you all for your continued patronage. PMI chapters are an exciting community of professionals and a great platform to network, volunteer, and continue your professional engagement. If you're not a member of any chapter, we urge you to join the chapter nearest to you. The link to join the PMI Pearl City Hyderabad chapter is in the chat window. It is also time for the member satisfaction survey. Request all PMI members to complete the survey. You will all be receiving a post-session mailer with requests to feedback and details of PDU. The recording of the session will be made available later on the PMI YouTube channel, so do stay tuned. Our partner Heightspin is hosting its 20th annual conference. The link for the same will be shared in the chat window. I wish you all happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and a very happy New Year. See you all at the next event of our chapter. Until then, stay safe. Khuda Hafiz.